Let's peruse the essentials of cool, a brief study of the things so instrumental to you that make me feel flyer than lobbies of W's. A disclaimer, just a rhema, no credentials from a school. Let's peruse the essentials of cool, a brief study on the things so instrumental to you that make me feel flyer than lobbies of W's. A disclaimer, just a rhema, no credentials from a school. So my follow wrong jeans, my headquarter wallet, my neighborhood shirt, and my Eddie 10 class shit. Might not go to college, but my street smart polish like the black fingernails of that punk rock logic through the knowledge. Man, you can't be punked from projects. Firm disbeliever in your punch clock promise. Was trading off my comics, I was taking them to school. One of Jay-Z boys, now I'm skating in your pool. Not to be rude, I'm just hating on your rules. Like a young 50, I'm on my world tour. Good morning, Singapore. I'm bringing the sun with me. From the Robert Taylor homes to Africa's slum cities. I am American mentally with Japanese tendencies, Parisian sensibility, so stay out the vicinity of. Yeah, them niggas over there. It's just, yeah, now look at what I wear. Got my gold watch and my gold chain with my fancy car and my diamond ring with my fancy broad, and she full brain, so it's no words and it's no slang, and I'm no trick and I'm no lame. It's just so slick that she's so game, and it's yeah, she love it over here. It's just yeah, she love it over here. It's just yeah, she love it over here. It's just yeah, she love it over here. I like sip tea candles and my Harishi sandals and Dita sunglasses, purple murder service samples. I like false t-shirts, Dover Street is on the handle. Such a good designer, Junior Watanabe. God damn you, I like Yoji Yamamoto and a Max Roach Solo. Leather Gucci belts and guilty brotherhood polos. I like Mont Blanc pens and Moleskine paper. I like Goyard bags and green hourlators, Monocle magazine and Japanese manga, Futura Nosferatu's and HTM trainers. I love Street Fighter 2. I just really hate Zangief, only Ken and Ryu. I find it hard to be blank. I keep a weak ninja hanging and now Uncle I was banging. If you negative in energy, then stay out the vicinity of. Yeah, them niggas over there. Yeah, now look at what I wear. Got my gold watch and my gold chain with my fancy car and my diamond ring with my ghetto broad, and she's so plain. Got a couple scars and one of those long names. She a fighter nigga and cusses with no shame, and a X-Men had a bag of them cocaine. But she, yeah, she love it over here. It's just yeah, she love it over here. It's just yeah, she love it over here. It's just yeah, she love it over here. My most coveted thing is the high self-esteem and the low tolerance for them telling me how to lean. See, the most important parts are the ones that are unseen. The wings don't make you fly and the crown don't make you keen. And God don't like ugly, ain't too happy about pretty. I am ignorance is enemy, so stay out the vicinity of. Yeah, the niggas over there. It's just yeah, now look at what I wear. Got my gold watch and my gold chain with my fancy car and my diamond ring with my ghetto broad, and she's so plain. Got a couple scars and one of those long names. She a fighter nigga and cusses with no shame, and a X-Men had a bag of them cocaine. But she, yeah, she love it over here. It's just yeah, she love it over here. It's just yeah, she love it over here. It's just yeah, she love it over here.
Cheer! Yeah. Hey y'all, look, let me say this real quick before I get the show started. I want to let you know that federal law allows citizens such as myself to reproduce, distribute, or exhibit portions of copyrighted motion pictures, videotapes, or video discs under certain circumstances without the authorization from the copyright holder. I could have said that a little better. Let me say it a little better. Federal law allows citizens such as myself to reproduce, distribute, or exhibit portions of copyrighted motion pictures, videotapes, or video discs under certain circumstances without the authorization of the copyright holder. This is called fair use, and it is allowed for purposes of criticism, news reporting, teaching, and/or parody, which does not infringe under copyright 17 U.S.C. 107. I need you to hurry up and please press the thumbs up button right when you come in, whether you're watching this live or you're watching this on a playback. Please press the thumbs up button. If you're watching this on a playback, please leave a comment right now. Just drop an emoji just so let me know you're leaving a comment. Please go tell a friend to tell a friend that J-Lethal is live. Please, if you can hear me loud and clearly, there's no, a crazy white noise behind me. Let me know, guys. Talk to me in the chat. How is everybody hearing me? Okay, now that we're clear, I think we're clear at least. Now that we're clear, I need you guys to talk to me. We are here tonight. We are gathered here tonight, dearly beloved, to have the conversations as always, right? Let me see what's up. Let me see what's up. What's up? What up, y'all? Hold on, let me see. Bow. All right, I think that's a little better. That's a little bit better. What's good, y'all? How y'all feeling? Talk to me tonight. Beautiful time to be alive, as always. Amazing to see you, as always. I was thinking about, should I come tonight for a Talk My Shit Tuesday, or should I come on Wednesday? But I noticed that when I do every now and then when I come to do a Wednesday class, for some reason people that YouTube really doesn't let anybody know when I do those classes. So I figured I'd do a Tuesday night class, another Talking Shit Tuesday. I had some extra stuff from last night that I wasn't able to get into. So we're gonna have some good conversation tonight. We're just gonna kick it. I really want to get your guys' perspective. And as I tell you guys all the time, you're more than welcome to call in. Hold on, let me put the stream in the chat. I've had my brother Bryce call in. What up, Bryce? Bryce called in for the first time recently. De facto called in a bunch of times before. KJ has called in before. Who else has called in? Andrea has called in before. Trying to remember who all's called in, but the main reason why I want people to call in, well, obviously I want y'all's perspective on stuff like that, but we're trying our best to make an impact in the internet. Now, I'm gonna just be very honest about something. It's very discouraging. It can be, because it's a beautiful time to have a platform. I don't know if I ever told you that. But there's it's kind of like a gift and a curse if you have a platform, for a number of reasons. But here's one of the things that I want to talk about just straight off the gate. We've been talking about this brick issue, the brick lady, the woman who got allegedly hit with a brick. We've been talking about her a lot lately. What I've noticed is that when I went on the internet, just type in brick lady, everybody's made a video about it. Well, almost everybody. But there's a few problems with that. Now, when I was first starting my channel, I was wondering why more people wouldn't start channels. I used to tell people all the time, just start a channel, just start talking, just put videos out. We need to hear people's perspectives that aren't heard often, and And then what happened over time was more and more people started talking, and then there became more platforms. It's not just about YouTube. See, YouTube is a very particular place because everybody knows it, and you have to have a certain level of decorum on YouTube. You also have to have a certain level of integrity in your channel, right? So this is why you'll see people have certain thumbnails, and they make their channel look a certain way, and they make sure this and that, and because this is your catalog, right? Whereas, let's just say you're uploading some videos on TikTok, or you're uploading some videos, or whatever the case, it's not so organized on these other apps and whatnot. And people usually tend to not take those other platforms as seriously as they take YouTube. So for instance, like with the brick issue, and this is where I'm going with this, the brick issue, everybody's made a video about the brick issue. And now what I'm realizing is it's becoming not only a hamster wheel conversation, guys. Hold on, let me make sure I'm clear. Can y'all see me? Hold on. Okay. It's becoming not just the brick issue is becoming a deeper conversation, guys. And people are trying to still have a surface level conversation about it. But here's my takeaway from it. People are flooding the airways with this brick thing, guys. And it's dangerous because there's a lot of different chatter, and it's almost spread right down the middle. There's the people that want to hold her accountable and the people who are trying to make it into a different conversation. Maybe I can read that comment. Let me see if I can read this comment right quick. I don't know if I think I uploaded it. Oh, let me upload this. Let me see. So I was on social media earlier, as you know. And again, the reason why I want to have these conversations with people that I disagree with, and that's the problem. The problem is everybody has a channel and everybody's talking about it, and everybody's audience usually falls in line with what the person has to say, right? It usually becomes an echo chamber because the people in the comments or the actual content creator, they usually like to block, right? I've noticed that on a lot of channels. There's the moderators. That's why I always tell you guys, don't block somebody if they come in here on some rah-rah shit. Let me handle them first, then I'll allow you to block them if I see that they don't really want to have a conversation. But a lot of people block the commenters that disagree with them and all this stuff like that. I want to have conversations about it, guys, because what's going to happen with this story, and I want to get your opinion on it. Do you think this will happen? Do you think that this brick story is just going to go away? And this is what I'm fearful about, because there's so much to unpack with this brick thing from every angle, whether you want to blame black men, whether you want to talk about lying women, whether you want to talk about gender roles, whatever the case. There's so many avenues we can go down that you can begin to lose focus of where you're even going with the conversation, why we're even having the conversation to begin with. Now, I want to make room for something that we talked about last night, which is actual thirsty men, actual violent men. Let me start off by saying this, or better yet, let me ask you guys a question in the chat. And mind you, I'm going to wait for some more people to get in and whatever. But we're just going to start the conversation early tonight, guys. By the way, I just let my people on Instagram know I'm live too, so they should be coming in a second. Let me ask you guys the question. With this brick situation, and if you don't know what it is, too bad. I'm not going to keep on explaining the brick situation to you. I went through all the receipts, right? With this brick situation, what percentage... How about this? What percentage would you personally say, and don't be biased, try your best to be reasonable, try your best to think about all the men involved. What percentage of black men would and could pick up a brick and hit a woman in the head because she declined his sexual advances at the club? Let's just really talk about it, because I always tell you guys that we need to have not hamster wheel conversations, and we need to be able to understand the alternate side's perspective. Can you feel me? We need to be able to understand the alternate side's argument, right? So as to, if we have a conversation with them, we can easily break it down, right? Or they might be right. We might need to change our perspective. We're not always right. Mostly we are, but you know, there's a chance that we could be wrong. So the reason why I open up the phone lines, I want somebody to happen to stumble in here and, oh no, this guy's wrong, let me tell him why he's wrong. I want somebody to realistically and eloquently tell me why I'm wrong. I'm not talking to conscious TVs that's going to come in here and talk about heteronormative patriarchy, archetypal roles. We're not doing that. Tell me very simply why we're wrong about these issues. Now, I have a few questions for you before we continue. With this brick situation, is it just going to go away? Do you want it to go away? Do you think it should just go away? Here's my problem with that. If it does go away, we've lost an opportunity to talk about all the men who've been lied on. All the black men who've been lied on. See, what's happening right now, and then we're going to talk about the second part of my question, which is what percentage of black men. Now, don't say zero, because yes, there are some crazy niggas out here, thirsty niggas, whatever the case. What percentage of black men, that includes the one in jail, the ones in college, the ones on the street, the ones gangbanging, the ones that's in school, the ones that's hardworking, what percentage of black men, because this is now the conversation on feminist Twitter, on feminist Facebook, on feminist YouTube. It is, let's not talk about the brick lady anymore. That's what they're doing, you see? Let's move the conversation from the brick lady and let's talk about men catcalling, men being violent. And this is where I want to introduce this conversation, because as you see, there's so many conversations to have. Let's see what this person said. Now, Dr. Umar, we already know about Dr. Umar. Let me read y'all comments, make sure y'all can hear me. Solo says he's in the clouds. What up, Solo? Jay says about 10 to 15% of black men are willing to hit a woman with a brick for denying his sexual advances. Now, this is the question I really want to ask, because if only 10 to 15% of men, black men in particular, would actually hit a woman with a brick, why are we having a conversation about men being violent when they get turned down? This is the conversation that we're having now. These women have completely jumped hurdles over the lying. They've jumped hurdles over the scamming. They've jumped hurdles over the black men blaming and all of this type of shaming tactics. You jumped over all of these things in this story and you wanted to stick to, well, even if she lied. Let's look at this. Now, I told you how Dr. Umar purposely has not addressed this issue, and the only time he did address it is when he told black men that, you know, we need to die if we don't do anything to protect this and all this stuff like that, right? So I've been watching Dr. Umar in particular because he says he's the #1 black scholar and he's the #1 most requested black leader, black revolutionary in America and in the world. So clearly, Dr. Umar, if you're the #1 black speaker, you know about this issue that's affecting the black community right now. So why haven't you spoke about this woman and how she could possibly be putting men in danger? You talked about how the men needed to die when you thought they threw the brick, but now that the conversation has changed to show her lying and her scamming, why hasn't Dr. Umar said anything about it? So somebody sent Dr. Umar a DM. I guess somebody, you know, he gets a lot of DMs and stuff, and sometimes he'll post the DM that he got on his page, but he won't really say, he won't show his message back or whatever. He'll just show the DM. So today he showed a DM, or I guess it was yesterday or whatever. He showed a DM that he got from allegedly some woman, or it could have been a man posing as a woman, right? Somebody sent him a message that claimed to be a woman, a black woman, and said this: "Good afternoon, Dr. Umar. I hope all is well. In case you're wondering, lots of people look up to you and honor your opinions, including myself. Therefore, I ask you, can you hold us sisters/queens accountable for our actions? With that woman lying about a black man hitting her with the brick in her face was a lie. She scammed people out of $40,000+. Please let these women know that lying is not cool. Thank you, Dr. Umar. I appreciate your time and trust that my message to you will be received in love. Love you." Now, he didn't say what he said back. Can somebody tell me what you think he might have said back? Because we don't know what he said back. But let's read at least just one of the comments that was in Dr. Umar's comment section under this. Now, mind you, this is a message to Dr. Umar telling him to, can he please make a video holding women accountable, like he makes videos talking about black men need to be beat, black men are cowards, black men are this. Can you please make a video about that black woman, right? Now, let's see what this person said right here. This person left a comment under Dr. Umar's post after it was revealed that she's been lying and scamming, right? And this woman says, just because she lied. Now, first of all, I need you to understand how problematic and dangerous saying that is. That's extremely problematic and dangerous to say just because somebody lied. Right off the top, that's a problem. Right off the top, that's a damn problem. If you ever hear anybody start a conversation, start a comment, start a remark by talking about just because somebody lied, that's a red flag, guys. Under no circumstances can you start a conversation talking about, well, just because this person lied. That's when you fucked up immediately. But let's read the comment. It says, just because this woman lied. So I need you guys to understand how they went from believing her story to now, they haven't even said, oh yeah, she lied and she's wrong and we're sorry, black men. No. You jumped over all of those steps and went right back to doubling it down. And this is what a lot of the so-called pro-black dudes have been doing as well. The simp ass niggas like Willie D and stuff, when the receipts finally started raining on them and they got flooded with receipts, now it's not about the woman. It's not about the attack on her. Now it's not even about the fact that she lied. You're now making excuses for this woman. So you didn't even take the time to say, you know what, she did lie. You didn't even take that time. You immediately started figuring out how to make it okay for her. And this is the problem, guys. When a woman does something wrong, you have an entire society, men and women and gays included, who will come to not only coddle her, but to make excuses for her and to justify it and to make it make sense. So this person says, just because this woman lied doesn't mean other women haven't actually experienced that or worse. She did an awful thing and should either return the money or face a consequence for taking those people money. Now, this is the second problem I have, guys. This is the second problem I have, Jay. Just because she lied doesn't mean other women haven't actually experienced the brick to the face or worse. So do you see how they're moving the goalpost again from this woman, her lying, her scamming, her blaming black men for a huge atrocity and putting a bigger target on our back? None of that matters. It's about, well, yeah, just because she lied, it doesn't. Now you're talking about other women. You're pushing it over to other women. This is why they don't want us to show the receipts. This is why these women are trying to shame us and call us dusty and broke and gay and bitter for showing receipts. Put a receipt in the chat if you have noticed that people, men and women alike, are trying to shame black men for finding the receipts and putting the receipts out to show the lack of credibility that this woman has. And remember, we need her credibility because she's telling us to believe that she was hit. She was not hit on camera, on camera. You see, that would be different if she was hit on camera and she was just standing there. Then we could have no opportunity to call her credibility or her feminist viewpoints or her past slapping white men or her being problematic. None of that would matter if she was just standing there on video and refused a man's number and got hit. But since she wasn't on video, since we didn't see the attacker, since we didn't see the weapon, the brick, we have to go by her credibility. But now this person says, no, don't worry about her credibility. Just because she lied doesn't mean other women haven't actually experienced that or worse. She did an awful thing. Now we're going to talk about all this because, first of all, you're moving past her lying. You haven't even admitted that she lied, or you haven't even said it's wrong. You're trying to justify it just because she lied. And now you want to move it to other women that experienced that or worse. So you want to use this conversation, instead of talking about lying, scamming, all the black men that have been thrown under jail or killed because of these women's lies. No, let's talk about the women who have been hit. So again, I'm going to ask you guys in the chat a very real question. What percentage of black men, and you can say 100%, I'm not going to blame you. This is your opinion. What percentage of black men will hit a woman in the head with a brick for denying giving his number? You could say 0%, you could say 50, you could say 100. What honest and genuine, and this is why I want to hear women on this, because women have went really silent. Even the women in my comment section have gone really silent. A lot of the women in my comment section, they're like, yeah, she's wrong, she's a liar, she's crazy, but I don't know if that's enough. I don't know if you realize how many men could have been set up like this. You want to talk about the women who have been possibly hit with a brick? What about the men who have been possibly lied on? Because we know she's a liar. We don't know that she was hit with a brick. So why are we using this conversation to talk about bricks when we can use this conversation to talk about lies? Chocolate Melanin says something, wow. Chocolate Melanin is a black woman, and she says less than 1%, about half of 1% of black men will hit a woman with a brick for not. Now, I'm going to be honest, Chocolate Melanin, I think it might be a little bit higher. I would love to believe that it's that small a portion, but let's just, for the sake of argument, let's say 15%, like I think Jay said earlier, 10 to 15%. So let's go on the high end on that. Let's just go with the argument that 15%, in other words, maybe 1 to 2 out of every 10 black men will hit you with a brick. Solo, you said that's accurate. What, Chocolate Melanin or Jay? You said it's about 10 to 15% of men or half of 1%. Well, Solo Dolo, the reason why you need to hit a black woman in the head with a brick is because you're black and you're immature and you're sexually aggressive, sexually deviant. You have low self-esteem. You can't handle rejection. You're broke. All of these things is what they're telling us, Solo. This is the reason why we hit her with a brick, because these black men out here can't take rejection. We can't this and that. And Chocolate Melanin, I agree. 15% is probably way too many. It's probably way less than that. If we're being honest, it's probably only maybe 5 to 8% of black men, if we're being very realistic. But let's just go with 15%. Let's just give these feminists some points. Let's just say there's 15%. Even if there's 15% of black men that would do this, that means a whopping 85% of men, black men, would not do this. So why are these huge platforms making the conversation about 15%, Chocolate Melanin? And you said it's less than 15%. So I really need to ask you, if it's only 1%, 2%, 0.5% of black men that would do this, that's even more of a question. Why would these big platforms, their Breakfast Club and stuff, why would they spend their whole time talking about the brick lady and what happened to her and how black men need to do better? Why don't these huge platforms call out the blatant lies? Why don't they speak about the men, the black men who have been lied on? So let me get back to this comment. This woman said just because she lied doesn't mean other women haven't actually experienced that or worse. She did an awful thing. Look at this. Look what they call what she did, an awful thing. And she should either return the money, A, or face a consequence for taking those people's money. Now, tell me what's wrong with that right there. Because sometimes sometimes I feel like I'm explaining stuff too much to you because I want you to get it, and I don't want to, but also I don't want you guys to feel like I'm insulting your intelligence. But also I do explain stuff I break it down for the average person to hear it, because I know some people are listening in the clouds that don't agree with me. They hate my fucking guts, but they're never going to comment. They're definitely never going to call in, but I need to break it down to even the most cognitive dissonance person can understand this. So tell me what's wrong with the person who says, hold on one second. Hello? What you said? What? I'm over here at that address I sent you. Yeah, there's a Chevron like at the corner. Where you at right now? Okay, you're gonna come back. You're gonna come down more. All right, yeah, talk to me in the chat, guys. I need you guys to understand something. What's wrong with the conversation when a woman says, she should either return the money or face consequences for taking those people's money? She should return the money or face consequences for taking the money. See, this is what she wants. This is what this woman says, that the brick lady, that's the only thing that we need to have a conversation about. It's not about the fact that she lied and you're admitting that she lied. It's not about the fact that she did an awful thing and you're admitting that she did an awful thing. What do you mean she did an awful thing? What is the awful thing that the brick lady did? Now remember, I'm trying to get you, the reason why I show you these people's comments and the things that I replied, I need you guys to understand people's thought patterns. What is the awful thing that this person thinks? Now we know the awful thing that she did, but what is this woman considering an awful thing? When she says this woman did an awful thing, what is she talking about? She did an awful thing and she should return the money or face a consequence for taking the money. She told you right there what the awful thing is. She thinks the awful thing, it has nothing to do with her lie. It has nothing to do with blaming black men and putting a bigger target on our back. That's not awful to her. What's awful to her is what she said right after that. She should return the money or face a consequence for taking the money. Because first of all, none of that has to do with black men. The awful thing she did was blame black men. You understand that? And now you're focused on the black women that donated to her getting their money back. That's all you care about. She should return the money to those black women that donated, or those women, the feminists that donated. She thinks it's stealing people's money. You see that? What she doesn't realize is a lot of people are still giving money to her after they found out she's a liar. And after they found out that she purposely put a target on black men's back. A lot of women love that she's a liar to men. A lot of women love that she's into witchcraft. A lot of women love that she put a target on our back. So she's going to keep on getting donations. They don't want their money back. The only time these women will want their money back is when they find out that she was calling a black woman a bitch. That's the only time these black women want their money back. They don't want their money back from her scamming and lying on men and putting a target. So this is a disingenuous comment. You didn't take time to really shame her or really focus on the fact that she lied. You don't care about the ramifications of her blaming us. You go straight to the fact that she just needs to give the money back and she did an awful thing. So what I said was, what percentage, because this is a question that I start seeing people, start talking about these men. Well, okay, yeah, she was lying, but somebody put that in the chat. She was lying, but these men, we need to talk about these men that do hit these women with bricks. Yeah, sure. No man hit her with a brick, but what about the men that do hit these women with bricks?
Bitch, you better be joking.
So you have to ask yourself, and this is the question that I ask myself, what percentage of black men, first of all, would hit a black woman? Because that's the story. And this is what all Breakfast Club and all of them is running with. Oh my God, I can't believe these black men are hitting women in the head with a rock and with a brick because they get turned down. These men. And what I need you to understand is these women are going to use this as a reason to, and everybody's going to use this as a reason to justify why we're thrown in jail, why we're shot by the police and all this other goofy shit. So like I said, they're putting a target on our back. But what I'm saying is this. You need to know what percentage of black men actually would do this. Also, we need to know what percentage of men do these feminists believe would do this. I'm going to ask you again. So Chocolate Melanin, you're a black woman, and sure, you're not living in America, so maybe you might not know how crazy these niggas are in America, but I digress. What percentage, I'm going to ask you guys again, now that you've heard me and understand the question clearly, what percentage of men do you believe, black men, do you believe, give me a 5% margin, 5 to 10%, 10 to 15, 50 to 55, I'll give you a 5% margin of what you believe the amount of men, black men, that would hit a woman in the head with a brick. Then put the number that you believe that these feminists and the Breakfast Club and all these bitch ass niggas are believing. Because those are two different numbers. There's the real percentage of actual black men that would hit a woman in the head with a brick because they got turned down at the club. Then there's the number, the imaginary number that these feminists are imagining and hyping themselves up for. So that's the question. I said, what percentage of black men do you personally estimate are hitting women with weapons and objects for simply being turned down for a phone number? I need to understand your thought patterns. Because at this point, I'm not even, you know, when you bring out, there was a bunch of women in the comments that I told them that she's a witch and that she admitted that she's lying. And they said, no, she's not. Do you understand how dangerous it is when you're dealing with people who aren't willing to look at evidence? They won't even look at the DM. They will not look at the link. I showed you guys over and over how she said she's a witch. I have the evidence. I have the evidence that she's a witch. I have the evidence that she lies to men. Yet and still, can somebody tell me why the women in the comments are telling me, no, she's not. No, she didn't admit that she's a liar. Because the Beehive, guys, can somebody please put that in the chat? The Beehive is working overtime right now to patch up all the holes. You better believe the brothers came through and knocked some holes in this Beehive. The Beehive is fucked up right now. All type of honey is dripping out. All type of bees are fucked up. So the Beehive has to come back to protect the hive and the queen bee. So I said, you know what? I need to know y'all's thought patterns. What percentage, and I'm going to ask you guys in the chat, what percentage do you think they think? So then she says this. She says, I don't know anybody who's actually hit women. Do you see this? So first she started off by saying, just because she lied doesn't mean other women haven't experienced that or worse. But then when I asked her to clarify how many women have got that or worse, she says, well, I don't know anybody who's actually hit a woman for rejecting them, but you see the problem? The coping mechanisms, but I know a couple who have harassed, gotten hostile with, threatened, and stalked women for rejecting them, with one of them even going as far to say women should be gang, blah, 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 and all of the things that these men are doing. And then this person, and then at the bottom, and I didn't put the whole receipts because it's a bunch of receipts, but this person, the same person, they said it's not all black men who hit women with bricks, but it's a lot. Mostly the bitter ones who listen to podcasts.
What?
You see where I'm going with this, guys? She says it's the bitter black men that listen to podcasts, and those podcasts are telling them that they're not the problem, women are the problem, and that the podcasts are telling these men that they can be morbidly obese. Can somebody tell me any podcast that tells black men that it's okay to be morbidly obese? Stink. Can anybody tell me any podcast that tell black men that it's okay to be morbidly obese and stink? Ugly. First of all, ma'am, nobody can handle if they're ugly or not. A bum, nasty, with bad table manners. Can somebody tell me any podcast that tells black men, hey, tomorrow I want you to eat more, exercise less, don't take a shower, don't groom yourself, don't work, be nasty, eat sloppy? Are there any podcasts that do that? Because now you're just making up a narrative. Oh yeah, these are the men that hit women with bricks. Now, here's the funny part about it. I'm not going to show you the rest of this person's text because it was just like a bunch of bullshit. But when I got down to the nitty gritty, I said, okay, so these men are listening to podcasts that say this and that. Sure. I said, let's get back to the question that I asked you though, ma'am. I asked you what percentage of men, black men in America, would hit a woman in the head with a brick because they've been denied. I'm going with your logic, ma'am. Do you know she said, listen closely, this woman said 60%.
Wait, bitch, you better be joking.
The receipt if you want me to. The woman said 60% of men would hit somebody with a brick because they heard it from a podcast that you can be fat and stinky. So do you see how these women are lumping everything together? They're lumping podcasts, sexual assault, their domestic violence, toxic masculinity, the patriarchy. They're lumping all of it into one big gumbo, one big sandwich, a smorgasbord of bullshit, and they're just Kamehameha. Somebody put that in the chat. These women are turning into Dragon Ball Z and doing a Hadouken, a Kamehameha, and shooting all that shit at you. You're trying to have a genuine conversation based off of fact and receipt. You're trying to show a narrative that has not been shown. Ma'am, don't you know that the abusive black man narrative has been shown all over Tyler Perry and everything else? Aren't you tired of that narrative? Don't you want to at least have a different conversation or allow this toxic man that you've been talking about to say his piece? Have a conversation with us. But no. It's much easier to get 50,000, 100,000 views on your channel with a bunch of women, and they can all share their trauma stories. It doesn't matter if they were molested. It doesn't matter if they were sexually assaulted. It doesn't matter if they had a boyfriend who broke up with them, a nigga that beat them, a nigga that cheated on them. All of these things just came into one big thing. So now we're trying to have a conversation about the brick lady, and these women are like, no, because you guys are sexually assaulting us. You know what? We need guns. Oh, we haven't even, and I talked to you again about the narratives that these people are putting out. Women, go get guns. Women, don't walk around men. Women, get a police escort. These black men are dangerous. So this is why in this particular topic, I have never talked about any topic. I don't give a fuck if it was Kanye, if it was Suki Hana, if it was Kevin Samuels. I haven't talked about any subject in as many days in a row as this subject. This is like my 5th stream focusing on this shit. Why? Because what happens if we just go to the next story? What happens if we just go to the next story? Never again. Maybe it might, but it might be 100 years before we catch a bitch lying like this again. Do you hear me? I said it might be 100 more physical years before we actually catch a woman lying and have all these receipts that are just because everything else is going to be circumstantial and you can't prove this and da-da-da. We can prove everything we're saying with this. And still people are jumping over all of that, and the conversation's right back to square one. The color purple. You niggas, you did this when I was in college. I was drunk and I was at the club and some nigga called me a bitch because I didn't give him my number. Well, you know, when I went to the club and some nigga tried to pull my arm and I had to tell him, don't you dare pull my arm. Oh yeah, girl. Well, see, I have a sexual assault story. Ooh, girl. I got a story. This nigga, he kept asking me for my number, and then I gave him my number. He called me 20 times. I can't believe this nigga. All of these things are just in a big ass ball. They're gonna shoot it right back at you guys. So let me say this before I forget. This is for the gentleman in the chat. Brothers, if you're in the chat, put a fist emoji in the chat. This conversation is for the brothers, and ladies, if you're listening, you can gain some clarity from this too, but it's not for you. Brothers. What is the order of the household? And is the man the ultimate decider? Biblically speaking, and how we believe, who is the head of the household, but is the man the ultimate decider? Ultimate. Does the man have no head? Who is the head of the man? Let me ask you that. Does the man have no head? Like we tell that the woman that the man is the head of her and the woman is the head of the kids. Does the man have no head? Let me ask you. Man, woman, child, pet. I'll give you that. And carnally speaking, yes, you're right. But if we're talking spiritually and talking what we believe, because remember, if the man is the ultimate, that means he doesn't have to answer to anybody. That means he doesn't have no rules himself. That means he can wake up on Tuesday and create his own whatever, bitch. Go ahead and do this. No, because that would be abuse. That would be abuse if a man could just come up and be unrealistic and he has no structure, he has no order, he has no rules he has to follow. That's when I can understand women being upset with us. The problem is, guys, people don't realize that Christ is the head of the man. That's the thing that the women don't understand. They can't comprehend that. I'm not here to explain how Christ is the head of the man and man is the head of the woman and the man is the God on this earth in the physical form. I'm not here to explain that to the women. If you want to explain, if you want to understand that, well, we'll talk about that. But this is for the men in the chat. Men, I thought about this. If the order of the house is, listen closely, Christ, can somebody put that in the chat? God, the Most High God, Christ, who was the physical man who came here to show you the blueprint of how it should be done, man who is here right now to keep that thing going, woman and child, the woman being there to nurture the man, the child being there to take over. If the order is not that, it's all wonky. But let's go through that. God, Christ, man, woman, child. And can somebody please put the scripture in the chat in the New Testament that says that? And this, by the way, it goes something like, and I will have you know that the head of every woman is the man, and the head of every man is Christ, and the head of Christ is the Most High God, right? So let me tell you this to the gentleman in the chat. If we are these women's head, and ladies, don't get offended, but these women are dumb compared to us. And so I had to realize that, because I started getting frustrated thinking about how I'm talking over and over and all these people are bringing out receipts and it seems like it's not going to go anywhere. It seems like the woman's not going to be held accountable. She's probably sitting at $50,000 right now. Nobody's trying to tell her to take down the GoFundMe. Everybody with larger platforms is doubling down on their bullshit narrative. It becomes disheartening, right? So I said, wait a minute. I had to realize that men are the head of women. And let me drive it home. Women are dumb compared to men. And I'm not talking academically. Anybody can read a book and regurgitate. I'm talking about the foresight, the insight, right? The discernment, the future, all of this stuff that men are purposely put in the head to be able to see all the danger and all the consequences. We can see that before we run into it. These women just run head first and then they want somebody to help them. Why? Because they're dumb compared to us, guys. Because the scripture said that they are the weaker vessel. Why? Because they're under us. So let me get you guys to understand something before I continue. Imagine God, gentlemen, to the gentlemen in the chat, imagine God or Christ. Forget God, not forget God, but imagine Christ coming back on the earth as a man and looking at all of us right now, every man in the chat. You know, maybe you watching porno, you go to the strip club, maybe you sniffing cocaine, maybe you stealing from Walmart. Whatever we do, all men have at least one thing that's their vice. Imagine Christ looking at us. He would probably think in his mind, these motherfuckers are stupid. That's the reason why when Christ was hanging and they crucified him, his last words were what? What was the last words about the people that did that to him right before he died? Go ahead and put it in the chat, because I need you to understand there needs to be a certain level of yes, compassion, and yes, patience. Doesn't mean that we take it easy. It doesn't mean that we simp on these hoes. I'm gonna say it again. There needs to be a certain level of compassion and patience, knowing that they are the weaker, dumber vessel. The same way God shows us and Christ shows us compassion and forgiveness and patience, because we're dumb as fuck. We try to do things without God. We try to do things thinking God's not going to find out. We try to do things leaning on our own understanding, and we think, oh, I want to do this. This looks good to me. And we end up doing dumb shit, and God be having to guide us and protect us and move shit out the way and forgive us. And we got to come back. I'm sorry, God. I know I wasn't supposed to do it. But think about how dumb we look to Christ. And imagine Christ trying to get us to really get on his level, to really have the thought process like he has, like to really walk and talk like that. It's almost impossible to walk and talk truly like Christ every day. So it's almost impossible for a lot of these women to truly walk like us, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just be 100% real. So when these women are making these dumbass arguments and shit, it's not that you show them like grace and stuff. It's just that you realize they're dumb. They're not going to be on your level, black man. This is what I had to understand. I'm like, why aren't people having the real conversation? They don't possess the capabilities, guys. So let's get back to the conversation. How many men do these women think are hitting black women with bricks? This is the next question, because at first we said tops and realistically, there's no more than 15%, and that's a high number if we give you some percentage. There's no more than 2 out of every 10 black men, no more than 2. That means out of every 10 black men you'll see, only possibly up to 2 of them might hit you with a brick, and that's pushing it. But we'll just say that there are some. So now that we know that maybe 1 out of 2 every 10 black men will actually do that, what amount of men, black men, do these feminists, Cynthia G and the like, what percentage do they think is out here hitting them with a brick? By the way, I don't watch Cynthia G. If anybody watches Cynthia G, let me know. What video did she make about this? How many streams has Cynthia G with that fake ass hair on her head? How many has she made? And how many views does it have? You can't tell me Cynthia G, if she's still making videos every day and every week or whatever, you can't tell me she hasn't talked about it yet. So how many videos has she made? How many views does it have? And which video did Cynthia G come out and say, oops, this bitch is a liar, a scammer, and she put black men in a bad position? Because this is another conversation that we haven't had. Where is our apology? And don't ask black men for an apology, because you have a million simps out here apologizing all motherfucking day for black men. Where are the black women? Yeah, I've seen some videos here and there of black women calling her out and showing the receipts, but let's just be honest. A large percentage of the black women who are calling this woman out have to call her out. You can't be a content creator in the black YouTube sphere and you're not talking about the brick situation. Show me one black content creator that talks about current events in the black community that hasn't talked about it, the brick lady, once. Everybody had to talk about it. And so even if you showed the receipts, you had to show the receipts. Because you know that if you just talk about her getting hit with a brick and you don't even browse over her receipts, you're gonna look disingenuous. So what you're doing is, the strategy of these women is show the brick situation and then quickly browse over her lying, her scamming, and then get right back to, oh well, you know, violent men, so that you can say that you got the brick situation out of the you got her receipts out of the way. No, we're gonna focus on her receipts, guys, because now the conversation is violent men. I showed you this one, right?
Let me just give let me just give my point of view about this from a whole standpoint, without using her as the face of very real issues that happen to everyday women all the time, right? Ladies,
guys, look what just happened. Mind you, I don't know who this woman is. I went on her profile after. It turns out all she does is talk shit about black men, really. But I found this woman when I was looking for receipts on the brick lady. This woman did a whole 2-hour stream bringing out a bunch of her scamming receipts, but only because she had to. She had to. In order to look credible, she had to show that the woman was lying. But then look what she did at the end of her stream. After she brought out all the receipts on the woman, well, you know, let's move it past this woman and let's talk about the very real assault. You see? Let's move it past this woman. Let's get back to the color purple narrative, because now I'm getting uncomfortable seeing that this woman is lying and thinking about all the potential other black women that could have been lying on black men. Let's get back to the color purple receipt. Look what she did right there. This is what I'm talking about, guys. They want to circle back to the color purple.
let me just give let me just give my point of view about this from a whole standpoint, without using her as the face of very real issues that happen to everyday women all the time, right?
You want to use her as the face. Now, mind you, when she got hit with a brick before anybody knew she was lying and all you thought she was just a feminist, oh, you were willing to use this woman as the face. As a matter of fact, you showed her busted up face, her alleged swollen face on all of your motherfucking profiles, all of your thumbnails. You showed her fucking face, right? So you were literally using her as the face for this shit. But now that it came out, it's a lie. Oh, let's not use her as the face anymore. Let's use somebody else.
Let me just give let me just give my point of view about this from a whole standpoint, without using her as the face of very real issues that happen to everyday women all the time, right? Ladies, when you are going down the street, when you're out at night, number one, if you live in a state that allows you to have a firearm, protect yourself, do what it is that you need to do to protect yourself. When you see groups of them gather together, do not walk through the groups, walk around, go in another direction. Look, call the police and have a police escort if you need one. Don't chance your life. There's some women who are saying, get a burner phone just so you could get, because what these men are doing is they're calling the number as you're standing there, and you have to give out your phone number or face reprise. So some women are getting Google Voice numbers that can be forwarded to their number right then and there, so that if he tries to call, it does ring, and then you could just go and change your Google Voice number or just block his number once you get away from him. It's embarrassing that we have to go through these lengths. There was a man who did a video the other day who was talking about how when a woman is walking down the streets, and you know what? I can't do this right now. I can't do this right now. what I'll do is I'll come back tomorrow and I will talk more about this video. I will talk more about on the street harassment and assault. I'm just going to leave this here because I want to show the video where the man is talking about how men harassing women on the streets, that's why you need men. And my thought pattern is, no, that's why we need less men. That's why we need to start controlling the population, because if men are this problematic out here, we need to control the population and make sure that that there's less of them here so that there's less violence on earth. That's what it sounds like to me. But I'll play that video tomorrow because I feel like this video is really about this subject that we're talking about right here. And then tomorrow we can come back and talk more holistically about protecting yourself out there, because I feel like there's a much larger conversation, but I felt like this was imminent information that needed to be spoken, because there are going to be people who are going to bring this up once this gets out, but I wanted you all to be able to see it first. All right?
Somebody put down in the chat. Can y'all hear me? The woman says very clearly that there will be less violence on earth. And this is what I wanted to focus on. Today is Talking Shit Tuesday, by the way. We're going to be talking our shit. Don't worry. Just want to get some real understanding about this because, like I said, it's a beautiful time to be a content creator right now because everybody's talking about this, even people who aren't content creators. Don't you know you can just get on your phone and put out a video, download TikTok, and now you're a content creator? By the way, I just happened to just get some weed real quick. I don't know what's up with these weeds nowadays. These weeds are not the same. None of these weeds are the same like they used to be. They don't have the same crystal. Oh, I got that gas. I'm like, what do you got? Oh, it's gas. All of them are gas. Then these niggas send you a video, a blurry ass video. All the weed looks the same on the video. It's all blurry. I'm like, what you got, bro? I got the ones that I sent you in the video. What's the name of the weed? Oh, tropical runts, tropical blueberry, this and that. It's gas. I'm like, give me the best one you have. Give me the best weed you have. Oh, all of them are gas, bro. I'm like, which one's the best weed you have? They all gas, bro. No cap. They all gas. All right. Give me $30 of the best one. And I only get $20, $30 because I know these niggas never have shit. He's like, shit, for $50, you can get 7 grams. No, nigga. Because I'm already frustrated when I waste $20, $30 on this little shitty ass weed you niggas give me. In 30 minutes, this shit be dried out. All this weed smell the same. It all hits the same. It's garbage. I'm damn near ready to stop smoking weed because all the weed is garbage. This nigga said this is the best one. This is that tropical runts. This shit smells like ammonia. This shit is not weed. This shit smells like ammonia. Anyway, y'all, let's get back to the conversation at hand. Let me read some comments, y'all. If you want to call in, you can definitely call in. Can somebody, you know, there's that weed voice. Yeah, where you at, dog? Yeah, I'm over here, over there about what's the name? Yeah, pull up, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna just go ahead and get 3 of them real quick. You know the weed talk. Anyway, so let's get back to the question. What percentage, Chucky, of men, black men, do you think would hit a woman in the head with a brick? Excuse me. Hold on. What percentage of black men you think would hit a woman with a brick? And what percentage of men do you think that these feminists are assuming would hit a woman? Because that's a very big difference. One of the women on social media told me, I think 60% of black men would hit a woman in the head if they were refused. But she said she doesn't know anybody who was actually hit with a brick. So I want you to listen to that woman, the woman that I just played that video. She said we need to have less men. This is a Cynthia G talking point. We need to have less men. This is the conversation that women are starting to get to. It's not about fuck these men, we're gonna go get white men. No, now they've progressed past hating men. Now they don't want to have children, boys. Do you see that? These women hate men so much that their hate has now oozed onto innocent boys. Now they're saying, yes, let's my body, my choice. They're abandoning the abortion conversation about, oh, we need to have abortions because sexual assault. We need to have abortions because I was sick. Those are whatever, genuine abortion, whatever, right? Now they're saying, well, I'm going to just go ahead and get an abortion because it's a boy. This is a Cynthia G talking point, which 2-3 years ago was unheard of and extremely crazy when she said it. Now, more YouTubers and black women in general are adapting this mindset. And you better believe when a person has 200, 300,000 subscribers, whatever the case, and they're saying this, you better believe there are some real women who are believing that as well. So did you hear what the woman said? She said, if there were no men, it sounds to me like we need to stop having black boys, because if there was no men, black women, there would be less violence on earth. Now, this is what I want to talk about real quick and we can move forward. Who in the chat put a flower emoji, put a bunch of flowers and hearts, put girly emojis in the chat if you believe that women by themselves, which by the way, I don't know if you know this, but you need men, even if you don't like us, you need us to continue, right, life as we know it. So unless you're saying, hey, let's just stop having men and only have girls, which I don't know how that's going to happen, but you need a man to get pregnant. And okay, so you need a man to get pregnant. You need that man, but you're going to leave him and then raise the child on your own only if it's a girl. Do you see how deluded? The Bible says that he's going to send out a strong delusion to people. This is delusion. You know what, ladies? I'm going to use my 300,000 subscribers to tell you we don't need men anymore. So, but we want humanity to continue. Or wait a minute. Are these women who are saying they don't want to have any more boy children and they don't want to mess with men anymore? Are they saying by process of elimination that they just want humanity to stop? Because up until now, man and woman, despite their differences, despite men are from Mars, women are from Venus, whatever, they have came together. But it's now, when we have the internet where one person can reach millions, we are now propagating the idea that we should leave men, go to the sperm bank, and only have children that are daughters. Now, this isn't really that foreign of an idea. I mean, if we talk about in China, does anybody remember in China, we talked about infanticide in places like India and other places like that, where they have female infanticide, where in certain places of the world, if you have a daughter, they kill the daughter. They don't see any use for the daughter. Mind you, black men have never had the demonic nature, nor have we ever had the power and privilege to be able to kill little black girls without, recourse. But I digress. So when you hear Cynthia G or this other woman, and I'm gonna play her one more time so you can very much listen to what she's saying. When you hear these women, they are introducing the concept of male infanticide. Can somebody put that in the chat and go look it up? Infanticide. This is when you kill a baby, not an abortion. You kill a living baby after it's born because you found out it was this sex or that sex. And when you go look it up, places like China, all these different places have practiced this on women. So if you want to talk about toxic patriarchy, take it to China and everywhere else. Tell those men that they're toxic for killing the little girls. Black men have never killed babies because they're little girls. Never. It's never been documented. We've never had the demonic nature, and we've never had the privilege and power to do so. So that's on a side note. But I need you to understand, these women are now suggesting that we kill the little boys. Why? Wait for it, guys. So that there can be peace on earth. Can somebody put that in the chat? Kill all the boys so the girls can have peace on earth. This is what they're saying.
Let me just give let me just give my point of view about this from a whole standpoint, without using her as the face of very real issues that happen to everyday women all the time, right? Ladies, when you are going down the street, when you're out at night, number one, if you live in a state that allows you to have a firearm, protect yourself, do what it is that you need to do to protect yourself. When you see groups of them gather together, do not walk through the groups, walk around, go in another direction. Look, call the police and have a police escort if you need one. Don't chance your life. There's some women who are saying, get a burner phone just so you could get, because what these men are doing is they're calling the number as you're standing there, and you have to give out your phone number or face reprise. So some women are getting Google Voice numbers that can be forwarded to their number right then and there, so that if he tries to call, it does ring, and then you can just go and change your Google Voice number or just block his number once you get away from him. It's embarrassing that we have to go through these lengths. There was a man who did a video the other day who was talking about how when a woman is walking down the streets, and you know what? I can't do this right now. I can't do this right now. What I'll do is I'll come back tomorrow and I will talk more about this video. I will talk more about on the street harassment and assault. I'm just going to leave this here because I want to show the video where the man is talking about how men harassing women on the streets, that's why you need men. And my thought pattern is, no, that's why we need less men. That's why we need to start controlling the population, because if men are this problematic out here, we need to control the population and make sure that that there's less of them here, so that there's less violence on earth. That's what it sounds like to me. But I'll play that video tomorrow because I feel like this video is really about this subject that we're talking about right here. And then tomorrow we can come back and talk more holistically about protecting yourself out there, because I feel like there's a much larger conversation, but I felt like this was imminent information that needed to be spoken, because there are going to be people who are going to bring this up once this gets out, but I wanted you all to be able to see it first. All right?
Oh, do you hear what she said? She said there's a much larger conversation that needs to happen about this brick situation, but it's not about lying. It's not about scamming. It's not about putting black men in danger when we did nothing wrong. It's not about the unrealistic expectations of men. None of these are part of the larger conversation she wants to have. She wants to have a conversation about controlling the population, because these men, what does it mean when a black woman, Chucky, when a black woman says we need to stop having these children? Is she talking about all men? I mean, let's just be real. Is a black woman talking about stop having Arab boys? Or by proxy, when she has a child, it's a black child. So let's, on one hand, how about this? Let's imagine a world with nothing but women. Is it violence free? Because this is the assertion that these women are making. We need to stop having boys because, you know, these men are so dramatic and these men are so violent. But as I told you last time, there's something that we all need to be focused on. Men are violent many times for no reason, but a lot of the violence that men partake in is for resources, land. Can somebody put that in the chat? Resources and land and power over those resources and land is when a lot of wars have been waged. And the women have statistically and historically not been a part of those wars. The men are the ones who get drafted to these wars over resources and land. And listen here, ladies, we are protecting you from the fight. And it's so foolish to believe. You know what? Fuck that. Put a girly emoji in the chat if you believe that it's men who are causing all the problems in the world, and with a bunch of women here, it's not going to be violent. Put a bunch of roses in the chat. Now, if you believe it's going to be just as much violence with nothing but women here, or possibly more violence with nothing but women here, put some dangerous emojis in the chat. A skull emoji, a crossed out X emoji, a hazard emoji. Put hazardous emojis in the chat if you believe that it's going to be the same amount of violence or more with nothing but women in charge. Or put flowers and butterflies and roses and hearts and kisses if you believe that it's men who's causing all the violence, and women, they're not going to, you know, be violent.
I'm just here to show you bitches how to do it.
Anything that you heard about me, bitch, believing. I'm just that bitch. Motherfucking queen.
This season, we're hitting up Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Philly, Atlantic City, New York, and Jamaica.
That's a baddie. Yeah, yeah. That's a baddie. Yeah, yeah. That's a baddie. Yeah, yeah. That's a baddie. Yeah.
Krishan is so fake because she told all of us, beat my sister's ass when y'all see her.
How you feel about her stepping in?
Nat, she be playing both sides.
And I'll make her pick a side.
The smiley girl.
You texting my phone, being weird. You better keep it the fuck moving.
She's lying about the pendant because one of the second clan people seen it in her room.
Natalie and Rolly put a fucking battery in fucking Scarface and they're trying to make her do her big one.
I am a fan of Camilla.
You're just nasty. You're a nasty individual. And I'm gonna rock your shit, bitch.
I'm not gonna do the fake shit. I don't care what we got going on.
Right.
If you don't like me, I need to know that now.
I keep trying with this girl.
I don't fuck with you. What don't you get?
Fuck that bitch, bro.
I did not mean to like them. I promise you. She's fragile, bro.
If I wasn't pregnant, nigga, I'd really be dragging.
Right.
You would be
would have popped out
what?
first.
Let's talk in the kitchen. Let's talk.
So shut the fuck up.
About 15 of y'all, like, all these bitches don't dislike y'all for no reason.
Let's just go ahead. Come on. You staring at me.
You what the fuck is wrong with
You owe me a wig now? 2 wigs.
You the only bitch in here talking right now.
I never jumped my sister. So every time I see a bitch,
Girl,
I'ma
shut the
spit on
fuck
her.
up.
Let's get it poppin', baby. It's already done.
What the fuck?
I did this for my son. I can't be away from her, bro, and I feel sick in my stomach.
You having all this heavy energy towards me doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Cause I'm trying to tell you.
on me, nigga. I'm dodging it. Every time. Dodging it. Dodging it.
Bitch, you got me fucked up.
I got you
me
fucked up.
You do. You do.
Alright, you're a fucking liar.
You telling me you took her chain like I'm supposed to come get it back.
The
You
bitch
gotta
should
take
have
it to
never
the
been
train.
able to sleep from the day she walked in the house after she took your shit. Go get your fucking chain, bitch.
What happened? The bitch stuck me. Why y'all playing with me?
She wanna fight. You wanna fight? Clearly. Let's go.
What's up? And I don't know what's up. You a foreign ass bitch.
Shut the fuck up, bitch.
You making up stories. You making up stories.
You cockhead.
I wouldn't be calling you though.
I don't give a
But I wouldn't call you those things. You know it's wrong. You know it's wrong. It doesn't matter.
Yo, you
Talk to me
slid
like
on
this
some
when I'm
weird
with
shit
you.
the other day, and you fucked our money up. Bring that shit right here. Come on. Coming on my shit, bitch.
We need a medic immediately.
Watch out, man. Okay, that's it.
Oh, shit.
Oh, shit.
Come on, connect.
Good job, bitch.
Allow us to experience the
Sensational.
Put that in the chat. Peace on earth. This is what they believe it'll be. And my question is this. Conscious TV will be the type to say, well, they're arguing because they learned that from the patriarchy. They're fighting because they're fighting over resources that the patriarchy is controlling. See, this is where it gets dangerous. When everything comes back down to the evil, big, bad patriarchy, there's nothing that you need to do. But it looks like when you're given your own devices, you don't look like, now mind you, Sure, some of this is propaganda. These women don't represent all black women, yada, 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 yada. We know all the outliers and the disclaimers. My point is this. It's not just these women on the shows, because somebody could say, well, J-Lethal, you know that Zeus network is, you know, toxic. You know that they're here to try to destroy the black community. Sure. But then why are so many black women partaking in the auditions? Remember, I showed you the auditions for these shows. 500 women in Detroit, 500 women in Crenshaw, 500 women in New York, 500 women in Atlanta. They all come to be the baddest bitch. They're only going to pick 8 bitches, but 500 bitches show up, all of them twerking and fighting to get on the show. Okay, so is that an example of the peace on earth that's going to be here if men aren't here? Oh, you know, it's a better question. Forget the women on that show, because maybe all of them are like Sukihana. They sold their soul to the devil. Why does Zeus Network have dozens of thousands of subscribers? Mind you, Zeus Network is not a regular cable television network. This is on like Tubi and shit like that. This is a streaming network. You have to have a subscription to Zeus Network. Why does Zeus Network have so much money from the demographic of black women watching these shows? So either you're fighting or you find enjoyment in the fighting. Now, the funniest thing about that clip that I just showed you was the fact that it was nothing but men. Put a strong arm emoji in the chat if you saw how Zeus Network purposely allows these women to fight and get drunk, and then they hire 20 fucking big 7-foot, 400-pound ass security guards. You got this big ass Samoan nigga, some big ass black nigga, big ass Russian nigga, and their whole job, watch it again, I'm just gonna show you the first part. The whole job of the men on these shows, they're not even characters. You have the security standing right all in between all these bitches. You got 15 bitches and you gotta have 8 big ass security guards just randomly standing there looking at all of them, because they know at any given second they're just gonna just jump at each other like that. So what would happen if these men, these capable physical men, weren't there to protect them from themselves, guys? Talk to me. So isn't it ironic for when a woman suggests that we should get rid of men to have peace on earth, when in actuality it turns out there might be more violence if there weren't men here? Isn't that a shame? Are you telling me, oh my gosh, yes, because it's just going to be peace on earth, right? This is almost as foolish as a black person saying, well, you know, as long as white people, you know, if white people just disappeared tomorrow, black people will be okay with the condition that we're in right now. And even if we didn't go through slavery, there would still be lying, deceit, all the sins that were still here before the white man was here is still possible with us. This is why we're the original man and we have to check ourselves. This is why we're telling women to check yourself, because for you to say that the inherent violence comes from men is complete poppycock. Turns out men are the one protecting these women on these shows. Isn't that funny? Women security guards. Why doesn't these Baddies West and Love and Hip Hop, how come? And if you ever watch that shows for more than 5 minutes, more power to you. I can't even watch them shows because these shows don't even have a plot line. This is how bad, at least back in the 90s, the show had a plot line. It had an arc, it had a climax, it had a ending, a resolution, a moral of the story. These shows nowadays, and I told that bitch, and she fucked my man, so I'ma suck her daddy's dick because she fucked my man. And bitch, fuck your son, ho. Your son has autism. Yeah, bitch, fuck your autistic ass son, ho. Where's the plot?
I'm just here to show you bitches how to do it.
Anything that you heard about me, bitch, believe it. I'm just that big.
Motherfucking queen.
This season, we're hitting up Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Philly, Atlantic City, New York, and Jamaica.
That's a baddie. Yeah, yeah. That's a baddie. Yeah, yeah. That's a baddie. Yeah, yeah. That's a baddie. Yeah.
Krishan is so fake because she told all of us.
Stupid shit again. Go run it back, because I don't want to get a copyright strike anyway. Go run it back and notice that every time the women start fighting or they start arguing, it's a bunch of big ass security guard men that come in between. Why aren't there any women security guards? Why isn't it the baddies just a bunch of women and women controlling women and women in charge and women who are the workers and women who, how come? How come everybody in the baddie's house is trying to be the baddest bitch? You don't, let's just be honest, you're not gonna see that with a bunch of men in the house. Yeah, niggas might get down, niggas might fight. It's not gonna be every motherfucking episode. Okay, nigga, cool, you're good at basketball, you're good at engineering, I do this, okay, cool, cool, cool. We all find our fucking lane. That's what men do. When they're around a bunch of other men that's their peers and their contemporaries. We find our lane. If a nigga steps out of line, we talk about it. If you don't want to fucking come to the resolution, we can box about it. That's the end of the story for men. That's how it goes, in that order. We find our lane, we stay in our lane, a nigga get out of his lane, we have a conversation about that. A nigga don't want to have a conversation, we meet outside and we handle that physical way. That's it. So where's this whole, oh, but again, it's so easy to run with these narratives. But let's continue because it's Talk Our Shit Tuesday. It's Talk Our Shit Tuesday, guys. I just wanted to reiterate the unrealistic nature. And again, I'm going to remind you how frustrating it is as a content creator. Don't you guys know how many videos I've made? Put a 7 in the chat if you believe that I've made well over 700 full-length videos. 7 in the chat if you believe that I've made over 700 full-length videos on my last channel and this channel. Well over 1,000 videos on my last channel, this channel, and Instagram. That I've made, not just, oh, hey guys, my name is J-LEETHAL. I'm talking editing, I'm talking receipts, I'm talking uploads. So it's a little frustrating when a person such as myself, I'm not anybody special, but I have been showing dedication to this particular lane, which is a content creator out here speaking on social issues. But now everybody with a TikTok can just come out and do it. Hey, fair enough. But what happens is people like my channel get lost in the algorithm, and these other motherfuckers who's just talking don't even care about journalism, don't even care about credibility. Notice you never seen a video of me having to come back and say, hey guys, I'm sorry I said this. I jumped out the window. I said this too early. Somebody, does anybody remember me ever coming out and having to say that, hey guys, I made a video too early and I was wrong. And if I did, I would do that if I was wrong. But the whole point is I usually research the type of shit that I'm saying. These people are able to talk about this brick situation and they're steering the conversation in the wrong way. Yeah, I would love to be able to come to a resolution in one day and never be able to talk about this bitch again. The problem is we're not ready to have this real conversation. But again, gentlemen, I want you to understand that the scripture has to come to pass. Somebody put that in the chat. We've got to fulfill the book. I remember the book says in the days that in the last days, 7 women will grab hold onto one man. 7 women will grab hold onto one man. You're not going to have to ask her to act right or to apologize to you or to make a video saying that she was wrong. God is going to humble these women. Humble them like they didn't even know was possible. You understand? And it says in the last days, these women are going to walk around, the daughters of Zion, and their vaginas are going to stink. The Bible says that. The Bible says you ladies are going to stink in those last days. Go find that scripture. Instead of a sweet perfume, there will be a stench from you. And all the tinkling of your ornaments and all your things and all that snapping of your neck will be not happening anymore. So I was looking for an apology. I was looking for videos. I was looking for, let's come to the round table, but I forgot you don't have the same mind that we have, the same way we don't have the same mind that Christ has. The problem is you're not willing to admit that you're not on our level. You're not willing to admit that you have to fall back. You're not willing to admit that somebody is more powerful than you, and that is the man. See, we're willing to admit that Christ and God is more powerful than us. We're willing to admit that Christ and God is our head, and we have to listen to that, and that's how we operate but see, you want to be in our position. You want to be able to say, yeah, all I listen to is God. You know how dangerous it would be? Let's just be real. You talk a lot of shit about men, but at least men, come on, men follow God more than women. If women were really allowed free range and we said, okay, all you got to do is answer to God, you'd be like, oh, okay. You'd be out twerking just like you are right now. Let's just be fucking real. And this is why we need to have a real conversation without all the bullshit in between. And this is why these women are purposely not having a conversation about the brick lady anymore. They moved it past her, and now we're stuck on sexual assault. You understand that? If you're understanding that, put a 7 in the chat. It's called delusional. Delulu. This is what they call it nowadays, guys. The ladies are calling it delulu. They made their own word for delusional. This is how you know in your last days. Now you can't even tell a woman that she's delusional. Back in the day, that meant something. That would think, damn, nigga called me delusional. That's not good under any circumstance. Now these women don't give a fuck about being delusional. They call themselves delulu. Go look it up. Go look up on social media. Oh, I love the delulu life. I love being delulu. That's the problem. We're dealing with ladies who are not only, they are delulu.
Taking low while I pop a bottle off of your chain swinging, clang clang, and it.
Sensational.
Wait a minute. One mic. Pull your pants.
Taking low while I pop a bottle off of your chain swinging, clang clang, and it.
Ladies and gentlemen of the court, I present to you a whole new case on Tia and Tamara. This is not about the brick lady. I'm going to start introducing evidence on Tia. I present to you, ladies and gentlemen, Tia is not only delulu, Tia is going through a midlife crisis. You heard me? From the videos that I've witnessed, Tia is exhibiting signs of someone who is going through a serious midlife crisis. She's constantly talking about, oh, I'm 40 now, and I feel so powerful. I used to be scared of 45, but now I'm 45 years old. Ma'am, that's called delulu, and that's called, you don't want to accept reality. She says 40s is the new 20s, and then she goes strutting down her fucking hallway. Ma'am, if you don't take your ass and go help your 13-year-old with his fucking homework and start cooking dinner and start thawing the chicken out, and if you don't call your husband back and say, oh, I'm sorry, these niggas that's been fucking me don't care about me. Who do you think is about to fuck Tia and Tamara and really wipe her up right now? Only some simp-ass Stedman nigga. Oh, okay, baby. If you say so. If you say so, baby, yeah. I'll hold your purse, baby. Yeah, if you say so, baby. Whatever you want, baby. Whatever you want, baby. That's the only, and you know what I'm finding out too? I'm finding out these women, they don't like those guys, clearly. They don't, it doesn't matter what women like. This is another thing, gentlemen. We've been trained to care what women like and think and care about. We need to stop that. I'm going to just speak for men. I'm just unabashed and speak for men. We need to stop caring what the fuck they like. I don't give a fuck what you like. I don't care what you like. On Monday, you like this. On Tuesday, you like that. On Wednesday, you don't know what you like. I don't give a fuck what you like. You might be on your period right now. You don't like the smell of that. Ma'am, And if you're listening right now and you're a woman, I hope you understand the place that I'm coming from. It is a place of pure fact. It is a place of pure understanding. It is a place of no feelings involved. And see, this is where we need to be right now, where feelings are completely just over there. I'm not saying just disregard your feelings. You still need to be aware of your feelings because your feelings are part of your intuition and all this shit. But the ladies are the ones who tap too much into their feelings. Yes, as a man, I'm aware of my feelings, but I haven't seen my kids in years. I haven't seen my kids in years. If I get caught in my feelings, what happens? I'm dead. You understand? I haven't seen my kids in years. And if I tap into my feelings bag, I start crying. I'm going to start being mad. I'm going to want retaliation. I'm going to want to give up. I'm going to think about all the time that I haven't seen them. What do my feelings have to do with survival right now? Can somebody tell me? Oh, how do you feel about this? I don't give a fuck. What does it have to do with survival? And this is the thing I want to tell you, black man. Don't forget that you are God on this earth. And go read the book of Genesis, just the first 5 chapters. Just go read Genesis. Go read the creation story. He said he gave your black ass dominion over everything. Everything that you see flying. That means you're supposed to be able to call a fucking eagle right now. We're not even tapped into our powers as the God on the earth. We're supposed to be able to call an eagle. Cuckoo, cuckoo. The motherfucking eagle land right on your shit. It said the birds of the air, the beasts of the field, and the fish of the sea. You're supposed to be able to jump in that bitch like Aquaman. Aquaman, that was us. You see? But you've been trained to believe that that's not even possible. That's why these shows and these movies have convinced you to be scared of animals. Remember when we were younger, Bryce, remember when we were younger, that show When Animals Attack? This is back when you used to watch TV and we were really programmed. You got to believe we were really programmed before we had social media. At least now you can watch J-LEETHAL and get your rocks off like that. Back in the day, all you had to watch was Jerry Springer when you got off of school, propaganda. At nighttime, you're watching 60 Minutes or see whatever the fuck. And in between, you're watching When Animals Attack, teaching you how to be scared of a lion or scared of a whatever the case. Believe it or not, especially in 2023, these animals have seen what human beings have done to the earth. We make alligator shoes. Show me the alligator that has ever done some sick shit like that to a human. The most you can see from an alligator, he ate a human because the human was swimming in a Florida swamp. You'll never see a fucking alligator. Yeah, you know, I got this human jacket on. Oh man, where'd you get that? Oh, you know, I ate this human, then I made a jacket. I didn't even eat the human. I just killed him to make a jacket out of him. This is the type of stupid shit humans do. The animals know how fucking fucked up we are. That's why all the animals can come together and be in one place from all species. But the moment a human walks up, the animals start running away, flying away, climbing up the tree and all this other shit. Because humans are the ones that are not, we're not in tune with nature. They're supposed to be coming up to us for help. Do you hear me? The animals are supposed to be coming up to help us and to be helped. You can't even fathom that, huh? You can't even fathom that. This is what I'm saying. To be a revolutionary, you have a future and you have to be camouflaged in the present. You remember Clark Kent? Why did Superman make Clark Kent? Can somebody talk to me in the chat? I need somebody to help me break this down right now. Why did Superman create the false, why did Superman create the alter ego, if you will call it, Clark Kent, and he put on glasses and he wore a suit, he toned his voice down and he poked his chest in and walked around like a little fucking nerd? Can somebody tell me why the Superman, lasers out his eyes, he could fly through a motherfucking, he could cause destruction? He could go to Pluto. He could go to Venus and Saturn. He could fly to Saturn right now. But he chose, when he was around these humans, to put some glasses on and speak with a nerdy ass voice. Talk to me, why? I need to know. Damn, that's deep. Cable TV was the internet back in the day. That's pretty deep. Where's my ladies in the chat? Okay, Chocolate Melanin here. I need some new ladies in the chat that disagree. Where the feminists at? Where my feminists at? So he can stalk Lois Lane. Yeah, true. Fair enough. But more deeper than that, the reason why Superman was Clark Kent, okay, well, same like let's just say a Peter Parker, all this, because in other words, Bruce Wayne, whatever you want to call it, in other words, my real self is too much for you to handle. That's why they said don't ever let them know, because this real me that I really can walk around like, that I really want to walk around like I really am, it's too much. It makes me a target. It makes me all type of vulnerable out here, because a lot of motherfuckers ain't even really ready to handle this shit. But when you're a revolutionary like this, you got to be like Superman, and you got to be able to have Superman abilities, like see the future and shit, but you got to pretend like you're just walking around like everybody else. Like, hey, did you see the football game? Did you see the basketball game? The real awakened black man is Superman in the flesh, but you can't forget how to pretend like you're Clark Kent. You got to be Clark Kent at times. But I'm telling you, black man, you better not ever forget you're Superman, and you better not ever forget that that suit is underneath your business suit, and you better rip that motherfucking jacket off when you go in the phone booth. Do you understand what I'm talking to you about, guys? Please don't tell me I'm wasting my breath right now. Anyway, it's Talk Our Shit Tuesday. We're going to get back to these ladies. But de facto, since we're talking about the internet and we're talking about being delusional, we're talking about how these people are speaking about the brick situation, but they don't want to really have the conversation that they're really seeing on social media. Why are these people having a social media conversation but not talking about what social media is really talking about? Why? Because social media, Bryce, I'm gonna take it a step further. You said cable television was the internet. Now look how it's flipped. The internet is now cable television. The internet is now television. Don't you know that the establishment did not want to show that Alabama fight video? Talk to me in the chat. The establishment did not want to have to show the video. Why did they? Because it was all over social media. That's all people were talking about. The news, for them not to talk about what everybody's talking about, they would look out of touch. That's what I'm telling you about these women that's talking about this brick situation. These women don't want to talk about this brick situation because it exposes their mama, it exposes their sister, and many times it exposes them. But they have to talk about the brick situation. A black woman not talking about this brick situation and mentioning some of the receipts, you got to mention some of the receipts too, because you know this bitch is unstable. So you got to try to get a control on that. You're doing that because social media is dragging this brick story. So you don't want to look like you're being biased. So you have to speak about it. That's why the news talked about the Alabama fight video. They had to.
That's like Aaron, he's a 16-year-old boy. I mean, it was amazing.
That's my threshold now.
Well, wait, though. We got to talk. We have got to talk about the chair.
If you my friend, you better swim to a fight for me.
Yes, that's the new threshold. People came out of nowhere. The memes are off the hook.
So I am wearing.
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are.
A folding chair.
Yes, that's my threshold now.
I am wearing. Yes, you are.
So, I mean, it was amazing.
Yes, you are. A folding chair.
Whoa, hey, why are you insulting my intelligence? Are you serious?
That's like Aaron, he's a 16-year-old boy. I mean, it was amazing.
That's my threshold now.
Well, wait, though. We got to talk. We have got to talk about the chair.
If you my friend, you better swim to a fight for me.
Yes, that's the new threshold. People came out of nowhere. The memes are off the hook.
So
I am wearing.
Yes, you are.
a folding chair.
And I just want to say, so many people were upset about that folding chair because they're like, that's a lethal weapon. First of all, I'd rather have the folding chair than a gun. That's why no one died during this brawl. But the other thing is, he was the only one that wasn't charged with assault.
Wait a minute. Do you see what just happened there? Do you see what just happened there? Chocolate Melanin, were you here when I played the receipts of Whoopi Goldberg? Mind you, do you remember what Whoopi Goldberg said about Emmett Till's accuser? I'm not going to pull up the receipts because I already brought them out. Whoopi Goldberg, who funny enough played the grandmother in the new Emmett Till movie that just came out, which is probably a bunch of propaganda and bullshit. Whoopi Goldberg played the grandmother in the Emmett Till movie. So when she was doing her press run for the Emmett Till movie, they were talking about the real Emmett Till story. If you don't remember, Emmett Till, of course, was the young black man, I believe in the 40s or 30s, that was beaten by an alleged white mob for allegedly whistling at a white woman, all type of stuff. Turns out she said she lied. She lived to be 90 years old. She was never prosecuted. She just died last year. Black people wanted this woman to have to go to jail for lying on a black man. Now look at how it all comes around. Wow. Wow. Thank you, God. Look at how it all comes around. Who's worse? Emmett Till's accuser or Rhoda, Yellow Brick Rhoda with the brick? And somebody called, and I heard somebody call her last night, De facto called her, but I heard somebody else call her that too. Yellow Brick Rhoda. That's extreme. Who's worse for black men? Who caused more damage potentially to black men? Who can cause more damage to black men? Rhoda, a black woman like Rhoda, who's screaming about the men that attacked her with a brick and the men that didn't help and stood by and watched, or the white woman who tells her white man that the black man whistled. I'm gonna just say, first of all, I don't know who's worse. I do know they both sound, I can't really tell the difference. And that's scary, where I can't tell the difference between Emmett Till's accuser. You wanted Emmett Till's accuser to go to jail, didn't you? Didn't black people call for Emmett Till's accuser to go to jail? Right? You didn't jump over her lying. You saw how she put that black man at risk and other black men at risk. You called her credibility into question. Oh, but now we can't hold Rhoda to the same standards as the woman who accused Emmett Till, right? Why? Because no black man was beaten. What if he was? What about the black men who have been beaten or thrown in jail or killed or whatever the case because of a lying black woman's assumptions and a lying black woman's accusations? What about them? How about that? What percentage of black men have been killed due to a lie or a scam or a theft at the hands of the black woman? Since we want to talk about the percentage of black, I'm talking my shit tonight. You better be lucky YouTube doesn't let me get no viewers. I want Conscious TV. I want Conscious TV. Your soul is mine, Conscious TV. I'm never going to stop mentioning your name. Your soul is mine, boy. And your little female database. Your little female base. You have no female base. Your female base was about to leave you when you were having the cisgender conversation. Pussy bumbleclot nigga. So which one's higher? The percentage of black men that have died at the hands of a lying black wench, or the percentage of black women that have been hit with bricks and shit for men turning them down? I don't know. I just want to have a real conversation. If we're going to have hypothetical stories about the larger conversation, because you bitches said you wanted to have a larger conversation, which one gets affected more? Men by women's lies or women by men's bricks? Remember, we're not talking about sexual assault and all these other things, because sexual assault is something that has been happening since the beginning of time. And you know what else is the oldest profession in the history of humans? Prostitution. So let's get away from this whole black men are doing you some type of unique damage to you. Okay? You remember Lonnie Love. I'm not even gonna play her fat ass. You remember Lonnie Love on The Real? fat ass wearing a wig, sucking the red man's dick, talking about, well, you know, the black man is the only man that abuses his power. Do you remember that? I showed it on my last channel. I might show it again another day. She said the black man is the only one that abuses his power. She's sitting on a panel with nothing but women. You got an Asian woman who was talking shit about black men, talk about I want dark meat on the side, but now she's married to a black man. You got a Latina woman. You had two black, racially ambiguous Tia. I think, wasn't Tia on that show? It was not Tia on The Real. So Tia's black and white. So you got a racially ambiguous woman, a Latina, an Asian, and a pure black American woman. The only pure black American woman there, she says black men are the ones that are abusing their power with their money. Then the Hispanic woman, her name is Adrian, she was like, I know what you mean. She said, Hispanic men do that too. The black woman said, shut up. It's just black men. No. Hispanic men don't do that. This Hispanic woman tried to correct the black woman and say, no, it's not just black men who do that. Our Hispanic men do that too. You see this? The Hispanic woman told the God's honest truth. She said, wait a minute. My Hispanic family does that. This black woman, shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. Ooh, shut your mouth. You know you're wrong. Shut your mouth. It's only black men that do that. Go watch the clip. The Real. Lonnie Love talks about black men, and she said this while she's sucking a red dick. It's impeccable, the amount of shame, insults, guilt, and the need to be right that's been put on us, to the point where, yes, it did take a Kevin Samuels to kick in the door. And yes, he was, I'm gonna say everything, I know all these people's arguments. Yes, he was our daddy. Kevin Samuels was our daddy. You know why? Because our daddy has been taken out the hood and taken out the house since the 1970s with the help of who? You, black woman. You're the one that took our daddies out the house. He didn't run. Right? The statistics show that you are the one that has ran. Somebody put that in the chat. You are the one that ran away.
Why you have two baby daddies? Ha ha, bitch, you wrong. I got three. And her that pussy good, nigga. We not gonna keep the same fucking nigga. They act wrong. We get another one that's gonna act right. Just like this one. He ain't act right. We finna have fun. Girl, so wait. The fuck? This ain't no granny time.
Said, ladies and gentlemen, she said, I'll have 5 baby daddies if these niggas don't do what I want them to do. So what? This ain't your granny's times. So you're the one who ran. So yes, we needed Kevin Samuels to be our daddy. And let's be real, black men, Kevin Samuels did fit a father figure role for many of us. That's why we loved him. Because he talked to us like a dad should. He sat there and said, shut your mouth. You don't know what you're talking about. You're foolish. Look what you're doing. Look at the data. I don't give a damn how you feel. This is what needs to be done. That's how he talked. So, and then think about how the black women shamed us because we were mourning his death. Same women don't want us laughing at a bitch to get hit with a brick. But you didn't allow us to mourn his death. You remember the other black woman that didn't allow us to mourn Kobe Bryant's death? Remember the sickness that we're dealing with. Remember Kobe Bryant died randomly at a beautiful time to be alive with his daughter and 9 other human beings in a helicopter crash. Unprecedented, allegedly. You didn't even allow us to mourn. There was black women on the internet the same day talking about he didn't love the black community. Look at his Latina wife. Wow. Wow. I showed you the woman yesterday who came out and said Malcolm X was queer because I read 1,500 books. None of the books you read, bitch, had a picture of Malcolm sucking a dick. None of the pictures you had, you whore, had a audio recording of Malcolm saying, yeah, let me get that bussy. I'm trying to come jump in that bussy. You ain't got no Malcolm X cross-dressing pictures. By now, they could have did an artificial intelligence picture. I would rather you put out an artificial intelligence fake picture of Malcolm X doing some gay shit than you talking about, I went to this school who I read a bunch of books. This bitch, oh my God. I'm not even gonna play the video again because I have heart palpitations. This bitch said, yes, I went to school and read 1,500 pages that tell me that Malcolm was queer, and I'm not calling him gay, but he deviated from the archetype of heteronormativity. Oh my God. But let me say this last thing before I forget the point. I was talking about Whoopi Goldberg with her bitch ass. Whoopi Goldberg is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. These loud ass motherfuckers that's been allowed to talk, and they don't even move they don't even have their pulse. They don't have their finger on the pulse of Black America. Whoopi Goldberg doesn't support the Alabama brawl. I'm gonna say it again. I need you to hear me very clearly. Whoopi Goldberg does not support the Alabama brawl. The reason why Whoopi Goldberg is sitting in front of all these white people, really? Don't you know that the Alabama brawl, white people don't like that and Black people like that? Real Black people like that. Real white supremacists don't like that. I'm gonna say it again. Black supremacists like the Alabama video. Because not all, I guarantee Steve Harvey doesn't like the Alabama video. So it's not all Black people got together. The Black supremacists, we love the Alabama video. The white supremacists don't love the Alabama video. And remember, Black is the absorption of light. White means the reflection of that visible wavelength of light. So if you are a white supremacist, you are saying that you are a supreme reflector. If I'm a Black supremacist, I am a supreme absorber of light. But Whoopi Goldberg is wearing a chain with a folding chair on it. Why? Because she really supports the bitch. The bitch said she doesn't want nothing to happen to Emmett Till's accuser. Do you remember that? Go look it up right now, somebody. Go look up Whoopi Goldberg talks about Emmett Till's accuser. You'll find it. She says, I don't want nothing to happen. This is when the white woman was still alive. She lived her whole life and lied on this Black man who got beat to a pulp. And you're in the movie. They're asking you about how you feel about that Black man. What should happen? They said the Black grassroots want this old woman to go to jail. You know what Whoopi Goldberg said? I don't want her to go to jail. I don't want nothing to happen to her. I just want her to go admit it to a judge, but I don't want any jail time. I just want her to admit it in front of a judge. Wait a minute, bitch. What's the point of admitting a crime in front of a judge if the judge is not going to give you a punishment? That's what the judge is literally there for. You just want, so wait. So you don't want nothing to happen to this woman who got this Black man beat to a pulp and dead, but you support the Alabama fight where we were hitting people with a chair? Wait a minute. It doesn't seem to add up. Emmett Till got way worse that happened to him than that security guard. The security guard just got jumped. And you support all of us coming together to hit them with chairs and bring justice. But you don't even want to go, this woman who got this boy killed, you don't even want him to go to jail at all?
That's like Aaron, he's a 16-year-old boy.
I mean, it was amazing.
That's my threshold now.
Well, wait, though. We got to talk, and we have got to talk about the chair.
If you my friend, you better swim to a fight for me.
Yes, that's the new threshold
people
now.
Came out of nowhere. The memes are off the hook. So I am wearing...
Yes, you are.
A folding chair.
And I just want to say, so many people were upset about that folding chair because they're like, that's a lethal weapon. First of all, I'd rather have the folding chair than a gun. That's why no one died during this brawl. But the other thing is, he was the only one that wasn't charged with assault.
Chocolate Melody, you said you want to see what video? She said, let me see that video. What video you want to see? I'll pull it up for you if you want. Today's Just Talking Shit Tuesday. You know I got a few things to say. I want to do a reaction video too. Maybe I'll do that at about 2.5 hours, maybe 3 hours. Let me show you some more. Actually, let's just take it easy real quick. Tonight was the VMAs. Did anybody catch the VMAs? I want to ask my ladies a question in the chat. I didn't really watch. I watched a quick little piece of it. They said the VMAs was tonight. But why do these people come out the house dressed like this? This is the first picture I saw from the VMAs tonight. This is the girl from the City Girls. Somebody put that in the chat. The City Girls. This is not giving, guys. What is this giving? Can somebody tell me in the chat? I'm pretty sure it's not giving what she thought it gave. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you a walking street prostitute on the red carpet, ladies and gentlemen. So if you ever wonder why you're not famous, well, ask yourself, are you a prostitute? If the answer to that is no, then, well, then you have your answer. That's why you're not famous. This woman here, actually, I'm not going to lie. I've seen actual prostitutes out here in Houston on Bissonnette that look way more conservative than this woman. I've seen way more modest prostitutes. Do you hear me? Hold on. I just spilled this fucking juice everywhere. Hold on. Somebody talk to me in the chat. I've seen way... Hold on. Somebody talk to me in the chat. This is the VMAs 2023. Immediately when I saw this picture, I was like, really, lady? By the way, I need you guys to know these people don't, I mean, yes, these women are whores, but this woman didn't want to wear her vagina out. They be having to do this for record sales and shit like that. And so look how stupid that looks. This is another one from the VMAs tonight. This is another singer who has no fucking talent, so she has to be butt naked on the red carpet. Ladies, this is what y'all call empowering, right? Ladies, this is the look, right? Chocolate Melanin says it's giving thought. Yeah, pretty much. How about this one? Which one's this giving? To me, this is giving. I have no talent. I sucked 12 Jewish dicks to get here, so I'm gonna make it last. And my album's coming out, and let me show you everything but my actual vulva. Let me show you every single literal thing besides my actual vulva and my actual areola. And you know, this is what they're doing. And we've got this is in 2020, your girl Doja Cat. So, you know, this is how YouTube, by the way, you know, this is all on your platform already. This is what they wanted. This is how they're, and I told you yesterday about the woman who walked butt naked through the turkey leg hut, butt naked with her pussy out in the Galleria. See, this is the new wave, guys. And remember, when I was talking about those yoga pants, you thought I was crazy. Now that seems like nothing. The yoga pants seem like nothing. Now you got 8-year-old girls and 12-year-old girls walking around with their mama with the yoga pants on. Now this is the next step, guys. Remember, I told you I live in the future. I don't know if I ever told you guys that, but the reason why I'm able to bring you these online pro bono learning courses with all these receipts is because I always live in the future. I come back to the past to bring you these classes, and then I go back to the future to live and to see what's going on, and then I come back to the past every Monday night and sometimes Tuesday to give you the information from the future. Do you understand do you understand what's going on? I literally came from the future, guys. This is what's going on now. This is empowering. And whether you know it or not, it's all the same thing. Remember, I showed you Beyonce's, does anybody remember Beyonce's toy? Or not Beyonce's toy, forgive me. Beyonce's outfit she wore. She recently had a birthday the other day, and she wore this outfit on tour. And I showed you the front and the back. And she's wearing these gloves, these black gloves with these red claws on it, like these demon claws. So basically it looks like, you know, a demon's grabbing her on her breasts, on her vagina, and then she has the same demon hands on the back. The demon hands are grabbing her booty, grabbing her legs. She has the actual demon arms on her arms too. Turns out right after I talked about that, like the next day or whatever, I saw they are now coming out with the Bratz doll. And mind you, Bratz is the same company that has the gay couple. I think they have the gay dolls, the lesbian dolls. Remember, this is a kids doll company. Bratz have always been whores. Somebody put that in the chat. The Bratz dolls, they have always been whores. I remember when they first introduced that, I was young. They were getting our young women to become whores way back then. The Bratz doll. What are we saying? I'm a brat. Like I'm a spoiled little brat. Like give me what I want. And they were also conditioning men to be simps for these type of women. A spoiled brat. I'm fine and I've got all this makeup on or whatever the case. Give me what I want. Just like a fucking child. Just like a child, guys. Like I told you before. It's not like you have to, I'm not telling you to treat them like children because children are children. What I'm saying is you can't expect these people to be that. And that's what I'm telling myself too. This is why I have to get more comfortable with just being where I'm at in my life and on YouTube, whatever the case. I can't get frustrated that I don't got all these, I'm here to give the news that the news doesn't show. That's my job. My job isn't to have a bunch of subscribers. My job has never been to have a bunch of views. My job is to talk this shit on the internet. Whoever happens to stumble here and be interested enough to continue the conversation, we can do that. And if you want to have the conversation, by the way, I'm going to put this stream in the chat. If you want to call in and let us hear your voice, you don't have to show your face, guys. I know you guys, for some reason, you guys are so scared of talking to me. Don't know why. Bryce, tell him it's cool talking to me. Bryce called in. Bryce, tell him it's cool talking to me. De facto, tell him I'm cool. I'm chilling, man. Let's get back to the story. What else we got? What else we got? Let me read some more comments. I got some more videos. I'm gonna do a reaction video too. I read that. Oh, I got some. Oh, yeah. Hold on. De facto. Have you seen this? Hold on. Let me show you guys something real quick. I'm gonna finish showing you this video that I was showing you last night because I got some more receipts. But I wanted to end that full video from last week. We were talking about My Song. Does anybody remember My Song? And his take on this? We have to finish that conversation. He was almost done with the conversation. Look at this, guys. Hold on. Watch later. Watch later. My song. Okay, y'all, look at this real quick. Now, I showed you, if you don't know what we're talking about, basically, we were having a conversation about all of the brick situation, right? So this is a conversation between two men about the brick conversation. Now, why is this important? Because while most of the people on the internet that aren't black men, you're blaming all black men. What you don't realize is a lot of black men are divided on this brick conversation. Do you understand that? Do you understand that black men are divided on the brick conversation? What are the two conversations that black men are having on the brick conversation? Just so we're clear. The dude at the top, he's a rapper and a activist and a black conscious whatever the hell, and he's arguing one side of the debate for the brick conversation. The dude at the bottom, he's just a dude who called in, he wanted to have a conversation, and he has a different perspective. Now, we talked about the two different perspectives. Basically, one perspective is we need to protect these women no matter what. All this is unacceptable. We need to kill these men that is doing all this, and don't ask no questions. The other conversation is the dude at the bottom is saying, well, wait a minute. We need to look at the history of these women. We need to know how they're acting. We need to find more evidence. We need to verify this stuff. So these twos were going back and forth, and they didn't basically agree, but they didn't disrespect each other. So I do appreciate how these two dudes didn't start cursing out each other. But first, I need you guys to recognize that while you're blaming black men for this, there's a lot of black men that are taking up for the brick woman and trying to shame other black men. But I want those men, like the dude in this video with the white shirt on, all the men that are trying to take up for that woman and shame other men, I need you to understand that women don't see any difference. Women don't give a fuck that you're trying to separate yourself. Women see men as all shitty. Fuck all men. Somebody put that in the chat. Can somebody tell this nigga my song that Doja Cat doesn't give a fuck what type of man you are?
Oh, everybody! Everybody, help me out. Men ain't shit! 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 Men ain't shit!
Okay, so, and by the way, Doja Cat having a song called Niggas Ain't Shit, it's so ironic. But can somebody tell Mino, or I said Mino, it's not even Mano. Can somebody tell this nigga my song that the women don't see no difference and they don't give a fuck that you put your cape on? Yeah, they'll use you. Oh, you're willing to jump in front of a bullet for me? Jump in front of a brick? Yeah, you go ahead and do that. Somebody tell my song to go ahead and do that. But I want to show you the end of the conversation. Anyway, they didn't agree with each other, but they just peacefully agreed to disagree, which shout out to more black men that know how to agree to disagree, by the way. Shout out to all the black men that know how to agree to disagree. But listen to this nigga, Jay. Jay, are you here? Can y'all hear me, guys? I need to make sure y'all are hearing me. Solo, are you here? De facto, here. Listen to, because y'all heard this conversation. Listen to what this nigga said when he got off the phone with this black man. Listen.
purpose is here to provide and protect. I'm gonna always be a protector of women. I don't give a fuck if she got $2, if she a prostitute, if she twerking, none of.
Listen to what he's saying, guys. This man's gonna step in if a prostitute's in danger. Can somebody put this in the chat? And I forgot to mention this last time. So this is the second person to say that we need to protect prostitutes. Mr. Phillip, welcome back to the chat. It seems like Mr. Phillip is going to be a member of the class, a recurring member of the class. I don't know. But Mr. Phillip, can somebody tell me, wait a minute. She says, and he says that we're supposed to protect a prostitute?
That's suspicious. That's weird.
Mr. Phillip, I thought that was the job of a pimp.
Tell them niggas why you mad, son. Tell them niggas why you mad, son. Tell them why you mad, son. Tell them why you mad, son.
Yeah, man. Somebody please define for me the actual physical role, responsibility, and job of a pimp over a hoe. Is it not to protect them? Do not hoes give all their money to a pimp and tell them their whereabouts and all that, specifically because the pimp's job is to be in the dangerous position of protecting this dumb, loose-ass hoe. I mean, and again, if I'm wrong, you know, I don't live that life too much, but if I'm wrong, let me know. Isn't that what a pimp does, is protect a fucking prostitute? This nigga says, that's what I'm gonna do. Wow. Hey, my son, have fun with that, my son. You want to go protect a fucking prostitute. Go have fun with that.
We live. I don't know this new shit that's going on. The fact that 4 or 5 men can sit around and ask, what was we supposed to do, is the worst shit I ever seen. So what I'm going to say is this, beloved, everybody got their own purpose. My purpose is here to provide and protect. I'm going to always be a protector of women. I don't give a fuck if she got $2, if she a prostitute, if she twerking, none of that shit matters to me. No man is going to physically abuse a woman in my presence. So I appreciate you, King, and I'm going to talk to you later, man.
All right, man. Appreciate you bringing me on, dog.
All right.
Now, first of all, shout out to, hold on. I want to say shout out to those black men for disagreeing, even though this nigga has such a simp-ass mentality. I want to give a shout out to him for disagreeing with that brother and still ending the conversation by calling each other king and telling each other, thank you, brother. I appreciate you. I love you. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak with you. This is how we as black men in the earth, black American men, we need to speak to each other. Put a black fist in the chat if you agree that we need to call each other king. We need to address each other with respect, even when we disagree. Now, if a nigga get out of line, you know he gonna get them hands respectfully. But as far as online, we don't need to be screaming at each other and not letting each other talk like these niggas be doing in Chicago and all this other shit. But listen to what this nigga said the moment he got off the phone, guys. Listen to what this nigga said the moment that he got off the phone.
But wait, there's more. Hang on to your seat, baby, because this one's a screamer.
You know, I think that's what we are. I think we're in a strange place. You know, and I look at some of these comments and niggas want to say tough shit. Say it to a man's face. Let's get back to you couldn't hide behind the internet and talk tough to a man. Let's get back to you see a man in the street and you got some tough shit to say to them or whatever, you approach. That's how it used to be for us. We used to meet up with men. Right? Niggas had an issue, you was from another block. Yo, son, we meet up, we square off, We go this shit that y'all got going on.
Somebody tell my song like Kanye said, old folks talking about back in my days. Well, nigga, this is my day. Class started 2 hours ago. Oh, am I late? Noah already graduated. And you can make it through anything if magic made it. They say you talk with so much emphasis. Ooh, they so sensitive. Nigga, don't ever fix your lips like collagen and say something that you're gonna end up apologizing. Let me know if it's a problem then. Alright, man. Holla then. Talk about back in my day.
Get back to you couldn't hide behind the internet and talk tough to a man. Let's get back to you see a man in the street and you got some tough shit to say to them or whatever you approach. That's how it used to be for us. We used to meet up with men. Right? Niggas had an issue, you was from another block. Yo, son, we meet up, we square off, we go. This shit that y'all got going on is some shit that I'm not okay with. And that's why I'm building back a real army of men. I'm building back a real, I don't even know who you niggas are, bro. Who raised some of you niggas, man? Like, I don't know. Who is raising y'all?
Listen to this guy. He says he's building an army of men, Mr. Phillip. Phillip, he says he's building an army of men and he doesn't know who Phillip is. He doesn't know who Solo Dolo is. He doesn't know who De Facto is. He doesn't know Pero B. He doesn't know Buckshot. Who raised us niggas? He doesn't know Chocolate Melanin. Who raised us niggas? He doesn't know Jay. Who raised us niggas? Because he's from the old school where we protect women no matter what. But listen to this. This is the best part of it. Listen to the best part of it, guys.
Oh, man. It's really the strangest shit in the world that y'all niggas can sit up here on this internet and talk this shit. But I'm telling you, y'all niggas' days is numbered. Your days is numbered, man. This men's meeting is coming up in the next month. I need all of the real men. Because we're going to talk about how we're going to get back our communities. How we're going to start raising these young kings to have honor and integrity and actually have levels of bravery, right? To where women can actually look up to them. To where women don't have to say that they don't need a man. You know why they don't need? Because you niggas is the representation of man. I wouldn't need none of you niggas. Listen to you niggas on there. Oh, well, she did this. Oh, she did this. I'm not I wouldn't need none of you niggas. Why would I need niggas like y'all? I could do anything by myself. If I was a woman that had to deal with some of you niggas, I would definitely be gay. I wouldn't need none of you niggas. Why would I need niggas like y'all? I could do anything by myself. If I was a woman that had to deal with some of you niggas, I would definitely be gay. I could do anything by myself. If I was a woman that had to deal with some of you niggas, I would definitely be gay. If I was a woman that had to deal with some of you niggas, I would definitely be gay. Had to deal with some of you niggas, I would definitely be gay. I could do anything by myself. If I was a woman that had to deal with some of you niggas, I would definitely be gay.
That's suspicious. That's weird.
This, or she did this. I wouldn't need none of you niggas. Why would I need niggas like y'all? I could do anything by myself. If I was a woman that had to deal with some of you niggas, I would definitely be gay. Myself. If I was a woman that had to deal with some of you niggas, I would definitely be gay. I wouldn't need none of you niggas. Why would I need niggas like y'all? I could do anything by myself. If I was a woman that had to deal with some of you niggas, I would definitely be gay. Definitely, with no question, no questions asked. I would be a gay woman if I had to deal with you niggas. It's no way that I would put my trust in my life into the hands of some of you niggas, man.
Can y'all hear me? Now, I'm gonna ask you guys in the chat, how often do you say that I would definitely be gay in this circumstance? I would definitely be gay. Really, bro? See, he was so caught up in his feelings that he just spit this questionable shit out. And then he had to double back on it like, yeah, that's what I meant to say. Oh, okay. All right.
Right? To where women can actually look up to them. Because you niggas, I did this, or she did this, I'm not I wouldn't need none of you niggas. Why would I need niggas like y'all? I could do anything by myself. If I was a woman that had to deal with some of you niggas, I would definitely be gay. Definitely. With no question, no questions asked, I would be a gay woman if I had to deal with you niggas. It's no way that I would put my trust in my life into the hands of some of you niggas, man. There's no way. There's no way that I would put the trust, the life, my kids, want to have kids. I would never want to have offspring with some of you niggas. Never. Never. If I was a woman, I would be gay because I would never want to have offspring with some of you niggas. Never. These women don't even you.
So let me ask him this question. Why? So you would be gay. You would skip over all the men in the world and go straight to being gay because of the actions of some of you niggas. You see how these men are making this is just a disingenuous argument to make. Because in that case, women should be gay and they shouldn't choose you, my son, or the people that you associate with. You're telling women to be gay over finding men such as yourself. Wow. Do you hear these are the people with platforms, and I'm glad that they're allowed to expose themselves. I'm really glad that they're allowed to expose themselves.
You mad. You niggas is mad that women saying that they don't need a man. Because this is what you niggas is what they showing manhood look like. I wouldn't need you either. You niggas ain't even gonna fight for them. You niggas are scared of confrontation.
You see how it always comes down to confrontation and fighting? Why do you always have to fight and have confrontation over this goddamn woman? You shouldn't have to fight and have confrontation over your woman. It's very rare that a nigga's really gonna try you, try your woman when you're walking hand in hand with her. Let's just be very real. And that's the reason why, not saying that I agree with it, but a lot of these Muslim nations, they say you can't even leave the house without the man. So we need to have some real conversations about where our culture is, who's in charge of our culture, what are the traditions, what are some of the traditions that we need to let go. I made a video on my last channel. It had a couple thousand views called, actually, I think that video had like 18,000 views. My last channel, I used to get a lot of views on some of my videos before they took my channel down. I made a video called, Should Black People Still Be Eating Chitlins? And I don't believe black people should still be eating chitlins unless they know where that shit came from, unless they know that it came from slavery, that we had to eat that shit. and they know how disgusting it is. They know that it's a pig's anus and intestines. They know about the biblical scriptures about the dirty ass pig. Once they know all that, if you still want to put that shit in your mouth, then fine, go do it. But I feel like a lot of our people don't even know that. When I ask most black people, why are you eating chitlins? You know what they say? Oh, my grandma made it for me, and basically tradition. So we need to have conversations about our traditions. This nigga's talking like he really controls the black delegation. Even with me, I talk my shit, but I say I'll open up the phone lines. I'll let people really call in. And when they call in, we gonna have a real discussion. I'm not gonna try to big brother them. This nigga tried to big brother the dude that called in. You're not his big brother, my son. Just because you have a larger platform, you need to allow that brother to speak. Don't try to big brother him and tell him he's not a warrior and he's scared of confrontation. Do you see how they want us to keep on having confrontations?
You mad. You niggas is mad that women saying that they don't need a man. Because this is what you niggas is what they showing manhood look like. I wouldn't need you either. You niggas ain't even gonna fight for them. You niggas are scared of confrontation. Well, he could have had this, and he could do this, and I'm not gonna say nothing because you niggas are scared of any level of confrontation. Why would a man, why would a woman want to deal with the males, the caliber of this shit that y'all put out?
So that's what my song has to say, guys. Can y'all hear? Can y'all hear me? That's what my song has to say. Let me play a few more videos. Y'all remember this one, right? Oh, this is an oldie but goodie. Somebody put that in the chat. This is an oldie but goodie.
I gotta ask you because you're on this show with the cocktails with the queens, and there's a reason for that. It wasn't to have you defend or not defend Donald Trump. It was about
I care about what's in this contract with Black America for women, and it's not, we're not mentioned at all in the contract with Black America. And
you are mentioned. I mean, when you mention black people, you mentioning black women. So don't count yourself out. Yes,
that's
you
not
are.
true. That's like administration say that when they
Black people is not black women. Black
true.
women are not included in black people.
That's like when the president says minorities, then he's including black people. But we all know that that's not the case. Black women have specific needs that are not also being met. And we also feel that there should be some things that are specific to us and our plate as well. And I understand that. I feel like as a man, you can leave.
No.
I feel like
well,
you
I just offered y'all to write a section up for it. I just said I don't mind if you guys help us. If you guys help us write a section.
Shut up, bitch. Bitch, I will fuck you call a bitch.
That's what Ice Cube should have done. You ask me, Ice Cube should have turned into Doughboy and pulled the strap out just for conversation purposes. But see what happens. The red man is over us. This is unnatural. I'm trying to get you guys to see in the future because this whole shit is about to crumble. I don't even know if I'm going to make it past this crumbling stage. This whole shit is about to crumble. I had a dream about this shit a long time ago, and it was like a weird dream. It was like, it looked like aliens were taking over and like zapping everything with this big purple laser. And I was in the desert and I was hiding under a big rock and all the skyscrapers were falling down. I knew then that I might possibly be alive, or it might be at least in my lifetime, where all these skyscrapers and all this shit gonna come down. You hear me? You might not even be able to understand that. But the signs are written on the wall. The jails are being investigated. Who's gonna investigate the jails? The teachers are sleeping with the students. The nurses are on TikTok bragging about how they let the patient die. The police are with the prostitute. The person in the army is only there because he wants a Dodge Charger and some benefits. Nobody's doing anything because they love it or because they have passion for it. Nobody actually stops and smells the roses. That's not even a thing anymore. This whole thing is because it's all unnatural. And nothing unnatural can continue to exist. This is why they always have to keep on paving the roads. Notice, they have to keep on paving the roads and fixing the potholes in the, why is it potholes and shit like that? Because the earth is coming up through that shit. The earth is going to constantly break through the fucking concrete. You're suffocating the earth. This is what the red man has come and done, but it's not just the red man's fault. And the black man right now is being given a grace period to finally act like God intended us to be, instead of the bitch ass Adam. Don't they call Christ the second Adam, or the actual Adam, like the manifested Adam? Like, not just Adam, there was Adam, but Christ was the one that actually walked like he talked it. Believe me, I'm not trying to be a hypocrite, because I got a lot of things that I really need to be better at. As I told Mark Sanchez, I really need to be in this Bible way more. But the thing is, you guys don't understand, if I really get in this Bible, I might not even be doing this channel no more. Once I'm really in this Bible, I'm gonna have to really be in it. I can't even do these streams no more like that. I'm gonna have to take a whole sabbatical. Go look it up, a damn sabbatical. So let's continue. Why did these black women tell? See, again, here's my question. Where's our apology? Where's our apologies, guys? For the brick thing, you want to jump over everything. Oh, it doesn't matter that she was lying. Let's talk. No. Where's our apology? You don't think we deserve it, huh? That's what it is. I caught you, ladies. You don't think we deserve it because why? Huh? Could it be that you were programmed to believe through the color purple? You have rose-colored glasses on. And not rose-colored, you have purple-colored glasses on. You're seeing this thing through a purple lens. You got purple shades on. And you see everything in purple. Especially when it comes to black man. You take them color purple shades off when you see the white man, he can slap you in your motherfucking face and spit in your face, and you're gonna say, oh my God, he's hydrating me. I was thirsty. I needed the hydration. The black man come around, and again, I understand the historical thing, because let's just be real. Fellas, let's just be real. Put a black fist in the chat if you can admit that as black men at this current state, we are in a subservient position to the red man and to these other nations. Put a black fist in it, and it doesn't matter that it's part of the curses. I'm not talking about that. Just put a fist in the chat if you're willing to be humble. Admit that yes, we are in a subservient position as men to all these other nations right now, because we're not allowed to be in our power, being allowed to be in our kingdom. Yes, we know that's biblical, but what I need you to understand is, like I told you, the woman is not on our level, the same way we are not on the same level as Christ. So we have to show these women the same certain level of compassion that God in Christ shows us. But God in Christ has made me homeless. I've been homeless with God in Christ. I've been hungry with God in Christ. I've been in jail with God in Christ. I've been in the streets with God in Christ. God in Christ has been whooping my motherfucking ass. That's why we need to have a real conversation about God in Christ, not this white Jesus. God in Christ will get your ass whooped, or you will be put in a position where it's worse than the ass whooping. Have you ever seen something worse than the ass whooping? That's when a motherfucker who cares about you, who could whip your ass, they just leave you alone. Have you ever been put in that position? Somebody who actually cares about you, loves you, they just leave you alone. They just go, fine. I'm not even gonna whoop your ass. This is what some of these women need to understand. Some of these times, you're better off getting your head knocked between a washer dryer than an actual man of God leave you. I'm just gonna tell you that truth. You might not even understand it. Oh my God, he's abusive, whatever. You don't understand it. You're better off getting your head righteously knocked lovingly. When I say I'm gonna knock your head between the washer dryer, I'm talking love, guys. What did you think? I'm an abuser? I said it's going to be a 1, 2, 3. I'm not going to give you the 5-piece, only the 3-piece. Do you understand? Just enough to where your head has to ricochet between the washer and dryer. I'm not going to knock your lights out. I mean, I'm not an abuser. I'm going to knock your head between the washer and dryer with love, because you're stupid. You're dumb. And guess what? I'm not the only man who knows that you're dumb, woman. And I'm not just talking about black women, but I'm just talking to my black woman right now. Particularly the black woman has been dumb. The most educated group is dumb. And you could memorize a whole dictionary. You're dumb. You turned your back on your man. You're dumb in the midst of a war. You're dumb. I'm willing to say it. I don't even think Kevin called you dumb. You're dumb. You turned your back on your man. Hell, even us if we turned our back on our woman, that would be dumb because we couldn't reproduce, you know, right? But first of all, we could reproduce with other nations if we conquer another nation and take their women, but that's another story. What I'm saying is, oh yes, and please understand that, ladies, if you ever want to be on our level, understand that if we really go our separate ways and we go and we go to war or whatever the case, we can conquer another people and make a Palestinian woman give birth to a little black boy. If the white man conquers you, you're giving birth to little Bradley. That's little Bradley, little Tate, little Logan. Get over here, Logan. Skylar, I told you not to do that. Tristan, go sit in the... Tristan, you better sit in the corner, Tristan. Logan, get your tail down here now. Chance, I need you on your best behavior. You're gonna be over there. You're gonna be over there on some other shit. You need to understand that. What up, Raheem? Can y'all hear me? Is this thing on me? Did y'all hear about this?
California now the first state in the nation to officially recognize a Transgender History Month. Today, lawmakers within the state assembly voted to approve a resolution declaring August a Transgender History Month in California. That resolution was authored by San Francisco Assembly member Matt Haney. Leaders are hoping that designation promotes education and awareness surrounding the contributions made by the transgender community.
In the chat, that's suspicious. That's weird. Transgender History Month. So wait a minute. What about the LGBTQ month? What is the month of June? That's called what? What's it called? Pride Month, right? Or I don't even remember anymore. I've put that shit out my memory. So you have an LGBTQ month in June. Now August is just transgender month. So you see, but transgender is part of LGBTQ. Do you understand? God, I was fucking muted, huh? I was muted again, huh? I was muted. Bing, bong, bow. How long was I muted? Only like 1 or 2 minutes. Let me say this. I'm going to say it again, because I don't ever forget what I say. To the black man, I want to say this. I believe that you are the God in the flesh, not the big God. You are the physical God in the flesh that God made on the earth to walk as the physical incarnation of God in the flesh. I believe you can do anything. You can transcend all of the negativity that's thrown at you. Anything that's thrown at you, black man, you can take it. I want you to start falling into some of the narratives that they're throwing at you. Can y'all hear me? Fall into the narrative that they're giving to you. Listen, fall into the narratives that they're giving to you. For instance, Kevin Samuels. Now, when we talk about debating, you have to learn both sides of the argument, right? They say when you're debating, you have to learn how to master the other side's argument, right? And we can talk about that another time. Tupac, speaking of Tupac, go listen to Tupac's last interview. He was talking about that and some other stuff. But master that. So Kevin Samuels, when we talk about Kevin, what do they say? He was your daddy. He was your daddy, right? Have you ever heard them? Oh, that's why you're crying, because y'all's daddy died and all this other stuff. Now, this is a two-way street. First of all, these women know that we don't have a dad. These women know that a lot of us don't have a dad. These women know that the black father has been taken out the household. It's a joke to them. It's a joke to them. So when a Kevin Samuels comes around, and yes, we look at him like a father figure and we learn things from his wisdom. That man was 52 years old. Why shouldn't we learn from him like a father figure if he presented himself like one? Y'all listen to Nicki Minaj and everybody else. You look at her like a sister. You look at Oprah Winfrey like a mother, right? But why did they take these pictures and stuff like this, guys? Why? Because they're mocking you, black man. Your father died. The man that gave you, the man that you relate to, the man that gave you hope, the man that, you know, you were able to see a beacon of hope or a beacon of glory from, that man died. That's why they're doing that. It's to poke fun at not just Kevin Samuels. It's to poke fun at you, the black men who still feel like that. Now, this is the divide. And I need you guys to understand that it's actually quite deep, because first of all, with the Brick situation, the Kevin Samuels situation, I can feel the black community separating more and more. And you might say, J-Lethal, this is just on social media. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you guys a personal question. Out of your entire waking day, how much of that is spent on your phone? I'm going to ask you that for you guys, and I guess, and for people in general. Give me two numbers in the chat. The first number is the amount. Now, when I say the waking day, of course, there's 24 hours in a day, but you're not awake that whole time. Let's just say out of the time that you're awake, what percentage of that is spent on your phone? Me, ooh, if I'm not at work, damn, I would say 80% of my time is spent on my phone. 70% of my time is spent on my phone if I'm not at work. If I'm just chilling, 70% of my time is looking, and when I'm at work, it's probably down to like 40, only because they don't really like you to be on the phone. I got to go in the bathroom and be on my phone. I stay on my phone, but that's also because I'm a content creator. So Bryce one time told me, damn, you watch a lot of videos. I watch all these videos because I'm a content creator. I'm the receipt king. I have to watch these videos. The average person isn't watching as much shit, I hope, as me. I'm bringing these videos to you. That's why I watch this shit on social media. But I feel like the average person watches at least 30 to 50. I'm willing to say at least 50% of their day is on the fucking phone now. Let me see. You say about 60 to 70% of your time is on the phone. Probably 3 hours out of the day, but how many hours of the day are you awake? So that's, if let's just say you're awake for So if there's 24 hours a day, you sleep 8 hours, there's only 16 left. You work 8 hours, that's 8 hours left. So you only have 8 hours of walking around time that you're not working, and you're on the phone for 3 hours of it. That's almost 50% of your time. So if I'm talking about on your free time, so my point is this: if the average American spends nearly 50% of their awake time on the phone, you're telling me Black Americans haven't seen this brick story? You're telling me this brick story just went nowhere? You don't understand how social media is affecting us psychologically? Okay, well, that's why we keep talking about this. So when I saw the Kevin Samuels thing and they were laughing, and I saw this brick thing and we were laughing, and now women are mad that, isn't it funny that women are mad that we're laughing at the brick situation, but I don't remember seeing women mad that they were laughing at Kevin Samuels' death. But again, Black men, this is the way we have to rationalize it. They are not on our level. Let's just be very honest. And the difference is the feminists, they say that too. The feminists say that men are not on our level. And the Barbie movie, I played some woman last night who talked about the brick situation, and she referenced the Barbie movie. Now, I saw the Barbie movie. I suggest you see the Barbie movie. I want you to see the Barbie movie. J-Lethal recommends everyone watching this to go bootleg and watch the bootleg version of Barbie movie. I want you to see the blatant propaganda. And then this Black woman from the Bahamas with short blonde hair, she's on this big platform talking about the brick situation. But she's referencing the Barbie movie. She's using her platform to reference the Barbie movie, what they said in the Barbie movie, guys. She didn't reference a book, a historical document. She didn't reference the Bible. She references the Barbie movie to talk about how Black men hate Black women. Wow. This is why I told you we don't need to look. I was looking online. I don't know what to type in. Can somebody tell me what to type in on YouTube to find the Black woman apologizing for this brick situation? The same way that Black men apologize for everything that we do. I want to see, I don't even think ZZ made an apology video. ZZ talked about it with her sister. Go watch the video of ZZ talking about it with her sister. But I couldn't even finish watching. I'm going to try to watch it, finish it. But ZZ was talking to her older sister about the brick situation, and ZZ was holding it down and kind of holding her accountable, but ZZ didn't really want to like give her the fire though. You can tell she didn't want to give her the fire. And that's the reason why I've been kicked out my household. My family would rather call the police on me because I give my family the fire if it's necessary. But they don't understand how that's love. You think it's love for me to sit here and just pussyfoot around your ass? Why would I pussyfoot around you? Why? When I see red flags, I see dangerous situations, I'm trying to protect you. See, I told you, Black man, these people don't see the future like we see the future. They think we're toxic. Bitch, I'm trying to save you, stupid. But again, you don't understand how, see, you're not, okay, so let me calm down. It's Talking Shit Tuesday. Let me just calm down. The Black man is the big bad wolf. Somebody put that in the chat. So say goodnight to the bad guy, man. And also, ladies, is this not uncomfortable? I'm going to just be honest. I don't know how the vagina works, but this looks mighty uncomfortable. And just to be honest, I mean, in public, don't you have a big breeze? Don't you want to cover yourself up? Maybe the Black woman is getting so enlightened, she's becoming like the original Eve. You know, Eve was naked at first. So maybe that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to go back to the original natural Eve. because Eve was naked, so there's nothing. Oh yes, look at Doja Cat. I'm sure there's nothing profane or nasty or inappropriate or a social faux pas about this. I'm sure this is really empowering for her. I'm sure we are the perverts. The men who are looking at this, we must be the perverts for saying, wow, that's kind of too much, right? But mind you, I'm just talking my shit. Let's see what else we got, guys. I got a few more receipts. Hold on. Oh, did I showed you this, right? Transgender month. Now they got a transgender month. But they already got an LGBT month, which is, the T is transgender. So the transgender have June, now August in California. And since we're talking about California, let's talk about this.
That parents affirm their children. They have since the dawn of time. Typically, it happens when their gender identity expression matches their biological gender. But what happens is when it doesn't, that's when the affirmation starts to wane. And that's what we're dealing with here. Although it's called the TGI bill, they're not mentioned anywhere in the law. What's mentioned in the law is the child's gender identity and expression and the parent's affirmation of that, whatever it is, because that is our duty as parents, to affirm our children.
So, Chocolate Melanin, if you don't know, go look up Assembly Bill 957. Can somebody put that in the chat? Assembly Bill 957. This is out of California, out here in the United States. I'm actually from California. I've been actually talking about this for a good while now. Let me see if I can find the actual receipt on this one. Hold on one second. Assembly Bill 957, and this is what we were talking about before. Assembly Bill 957 encourages parents to affirm their child's gender identity. This is the language of the serpent, guys. Assembly Bill 957 encourages parents to affirm their child's gender identity as part of the legal criteria deciding custody and visitation. What does this mean, guys? What does this mean, Chocolate Melanin? You see that bald woman right there at the top right? Her name is Lori Wilson, I believe it is. You can go look it up. She's the one who passed this bill in California. She was the one who's the face of this bill. They always put a black woman in the face of the bill. A black person is the face of the bill. She's the one who is going to go down in history as the one who passed the law that says that a parent can lose custody for not, quote unquote, affirming or agreeing to a child's claims about gender identity.
Hey, bitch, you better be joking.
And this means that if you are in a custody battle with your baby mama and your baby mama says, you know what, we're going to transition little Billy into little Barbara, and you don't go along with that, you might lose custody of your child. Or even worse, your child comes to you and says, I'm Barbara. I'm going to chop my penis and turn it into a vagina. If you do not affirm to that, if you do not agree to their gender identity, it's a potential that you can now lose custody in California. Go look it up and listen to the serpent language as she tries to explain to us why this is a good idea. This is why I told you these people don't have any type of law over us. They don't have any jurisdiction over us.
Parents affirm their children. They have since the dawn of time. Typically, it happens when their gender identity expression matches their biological gender. But what happens is when it doesn't, that's when the affirmation starts to wane. And that's what we're dealing with here. Although it's called the TGI bill, they're not mentioned anywhere in the law. What's mentioned in the law is the child's gender identity and expression and the parent's affirmation of that, whatever it is, because that is our duty as parents, to affirm our children.
Headed woman talking about what our job is as parents is to affirm our children. Is that true? Does anybody have kids in the chat? Is there anybody in the chat with actual kids? Is it true that our job is to affirm them, affirm what they want to be, whatever they want to be, affirm that? Just affirm it. What if my child says, I want to be a crack addict, a heroin addict that's just shivering in the corner of an abandoned, dirty bando, and I want to be shaking with heroin withdrawals. I want to be stealing people's VCR, and I want to be, pushing around a shopping cart and begging for money. I want that with my life. I'm supposed to affirm my child. And you're going to say, no, that's a different story. No, it's not. When you use your platform to say something as broad as our job is to affirm these children, that's a goddamn problem, lady. But again, I'm just bringing you the news that the news doesn't show.
Oh, you bitch.
We're raising at this point 130.
I can't hear you. You have a mask on. I can't hear anything you're saying. How many kids do you have? 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 How many kids do you have?
Yeah, let's give him top surgery.
What the hell is that?
Michelle?
Who's that?
I think you nailed it.
Take your mask off.
You know what he said? They're at a trans rally for the kids. The dude is there protesting this rally. He said, how many kids do you guys have? You guys are over here talking about protect trans kids. None of these people have actual children of their own. And then the other dude, listen to what he said. The other dude said, yeah, let's give the kids top surgery. This is where we're at, guys. I don't be even showing you these type of videos no more. You know, I used to really go in on the LGBT community and show you guys a lot of that stuff. But I mean, what else more can I show you? At this point, you have to ask yourself the type of stuff that's being allowed. Why are these things being allowed? That's the question you have to ask yourself. Hey, 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 hey. Mayor of Burbank. Go look him up. What's the man's name? The mayor of Burbank. Does anybody know who that man is? The mayor of Burbank. This man is getting spanked in public at some event because this is now being normalized. The type of stuff and it's not even about, at this point, it's not even about condemning it or calling it out. It's just showing it, right? Hold on one second. I'm gonna read some comments right now. Hold on.
Early.
I really don't even want to show this next video because I kind of don't want to have to show this next video. But I gotta have this quick little discussion to show you guys that I've been on this shit since the beginning. I'm doing this for for legacy. Wait a minute. I had way too many people in the chat to only have 9. I had at one point I had okay. Can y'all hear me, guys? Oh. Hold on one second. I want to show you this little video just to show you when I'm talking about my channel and the fact that I've been having these conversations for a very long time. I want to show you what I'm talking about. Hold on. Okay, so I'm about to show you a little quick video. I went back and I found this video, and I wanted to talk to you about it real quick. I took a few little snapshots of some interesting points. Now, this video is a very long video, guys. I'm not going to show you the whole video, obviously, but I want to show you something real quick. Here it is. 4 hours. Okay. 4 hours 50, 440, 440, 430, 425. Okay. So I'm about to show you this video real quick, guys, and I'm going to show you why. This is why I'm talking about it. When this brick situation came up, I realized, and I saw all the stuff was going in, I realized I had to be one of the responsible people reporting on this. See, this brick situation has become another Chris Rock incident. Remember when hold on. You remember when what's that nigga's name? Will Smith? You remember when Will Smith smacked the fuck out of Chris Rock? Why is my shit lagging like this? As long as I'm not lagging with y'all, it's good. But you remember when Chris Rock's Will Smith smacked the fuck out of Chris Rock? Everybody made a video on it. At that point, it doesn't even matter what nobody's saying. There's too many people talking. So this is another incident. This brick incident, it's another incident like that. Too many people are talking about it. It doesn't even matter until later. Later, it's going to matter when you look back at the catalog and the integrity of a person such as myself who did their due diligence on this, who brought out the proper receipts, who brought out all of the conversation from both sides. It wasn't biased. These content creators that are talking about this, a lot of them are just jumping out the window. They want to be the first person to talk about it. They don't have the right receipts. They're playing a lot of motherfucking hearsay and gossip. These niggas are just changing the conversation. They're making defense for the woman. They don't want to admit that she's a liar. All that shit is proving you people to be not credible. Am I lagging, guys, or am I straight? Let me know if I'm straight or is my shit lagging, because it looks like it's lagging on this side. It's proved to be not a credible sources. So eventually we're going to have to look at these sources who have been credible and who have been not credible. That's our job as the consumer now. Our job as the people who watch the news and stuff like that is to decide who we're going to believe and who we're just going to just dismiss. Like, oh, that's just DL Hughley bitch ass nigga. We have to decide that. You cannot allow TMZ or CBS or the FBI, whoever these 3-letter organizations, you cannot allow them to tell you who is credible and who is not. You have to do your due diligence enough to recognize who has integrity and who doesn't. You know, like Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola is not even good for you, but they have a certain distinct taste and a certain quality that everybody has grown to love. Every time you have a brand new Coca-Cola, it tastes the same. So people trust Coca-Cola for what it's going to bring, what it's supposed to bring. us as journalists, and I'm talking to a very few amount of people because most people are not journalists. Most people don't want to be journalists. Most people are just on TikTok. Us as journalists, we have a very important role. What is that? To bring you the news that the news doesn't show. I'm about to show you this video right here. Can somebody tell me what year this video came out? Or what day this video came out right here? Let me see. Let's see if we can find out what day this video was. I'm not going to show you the whole thing, but look right here. What does this say right here? Conscious TV, 3.7 views. How many years ago was this conversation? It says July 4th, 2020. I had a conversation with this man on July 4th, 2020. It is now September 2023. Now I'm going to refresh this page and I'm going to show you something real quick. Hold on one second because I don't know why this shit tripping. Let me refresh this page real quick.
Early on in their life, because the culture has softened up in one way or another, and really it's because of obviously the LGBT movement has liberated people to stand in their shit. Something
425. All right, so hopefully this shit will allow me to play it because I don't know why this shit is moving like this. I don't know why my internet is moving like this. Hold on one second. Can y'all hear this? I might not even show it because every time I try to show I try to share my screen, my internet be fucking up, bruh. That shit pisses me off. Oh, what is going on? Hold on. All right, I think I'm back. Y'all can hear me, right? Hold on. Oh yeah, I am back. But that's why every time I try to show this screen, my internet starts fucking up. I just want to show you a quick little part of the conversation real quick. Now, I want you to notice something real quick. Notice a few things about this video right here. The first thing I want you to notice, guys, put a 7 in the chat if you can see that this shit was 3 years ago. Do you see right here? It says streamed on July 4th, the 4th of July, 2020. Did you see at the bottom right there? 2020. The other thing I need you to notice, how long is this video right here, guys? Can anybody see how long that video it is right there? I just want this for proof because I was living in the future when I made this video. So this video was 3 years ago. Can anybody tell me how long that video is? Can you look right there at the bottom? I don't know if you can even see that. Hold on. I don't know if you can see how long it is. Hold on. Can you see at the bottom how long that video is? 10 fucking hours. Literally a 10-hour stream. We didn't even take no breaks. I was there the entire time. I had a 10-hour debate. So when I'm telling you that I want to have smoke for the people I debate, this was 3 years ago. Before anybody was talking about the cisgender, before anybody was talking about a lot of shit, I had a real discussion with a man who literally lives this lifestyle, who literally is an activist for this lifestyle. Now, I'm going to show you, Chocolate Melanin, why this shit took 10 hours. Because I went to his channel the other day and I found it. This is still on his channel. If you look right there, this is on Conscious TV's channel. He called it Black LGBTQIA Community versus, I didn't tell him to name it this, versus pro-black cisgender community featuring J-LEETHAL. And this is where he first explained to me, this is the first conversation I ever had with this man. This is when he first explained to me about the cisgender community. He explained to me about all of this other data, all the terms that now people are just now getting confused about. I learned it when he was trying to debate me and trying to teach me. Now, I was watching this the other day quickly, and I just randomly went to any part of the video. I went around 4 hours. You can watch it if you want or just skip around. I need you to notice two things. I'm going to play some parts real quick. I'm going to try my best not to jump in. I need you to notice two things. One, I need you to notice how he doesn't let me talk. He's constantly talking about all this goofy shit. And two, I need you to notice how I was destroying this man. Now watch this real quick.
Where's all my amenities? I don't got shit.
Yeah.
I'm the white man of the black community. Where's
down through SNAP's benefit, help them down through 2 years of not having a fucking job and barely being able to pay the Wi-Fi fucking bill, and help them down, had their children and then trade their ass in for Becky with the good hair. Once they get on, they leave your ass for a white girl, because black men subconsciously don't even have no other template really for greatness and legacy other than what white patriarchy has played out. So black men are following a code, following a template, following a journey unintentionally created by someone who they recognize as their oppressor, right? But because their oppressor is in charge of the rules and in charge of the journey and in charge of the standards, the American dream, who created that? The American dream is a white man's.
By the way, guys, this is the very first time I ever talked to Conscious TV. And you can look at my face, you already can tell I was already 4 hours into the conversation at this point, but I was bringing the smoke. Can y'all hear me? I came for the smoke, but this man, I realized he was full of shit. Can y'all hear me? Chocolate Melanin says, "Nah, I'm not watching that 10-hour video. I understand, but my point is still stands. J-LEETHAL did a 10-hour video with someone from the LGBT community, and I held my ground the entire time." Now, some people would say I wasted my time. Some people say I wasted my time. Some people say they wouldn't have had the conversation in the first place. I was having this conversation for the culture, because you better believe it, you're going to have this conversation whether you want to or not. Your child is being taught this shit in school right now. So unless you plan on withdrawing the child and homeschooling them tomorrow, you better learn how to have these conversations, at least with your child. Now, this is 4 hours into the conversation. Let's just hear some of the bullshit that this man is saying. And notice how he does not allow me to talk.
We inherited that dream from the white man. Now we all after the American dream, okay? Just like we have totally internalized the version of Christianity that the conquistadors and gave to our asses. We have taken everything that the white man has given us and manipulated ourselves and assimilated it into ourselves and become one with that poison. But because that patriarchy exists, you have white men setting the standard and then black men seeing nothing else but white power. So black men in their own twisted ass, weird kind of a fucking way have to be the white men of the black community.
Did you hear it, guys? Did you hear it, guys? Did you hear it, guys?
Seeing nothing else but white power. So black men in their own twisted ass, weird kind of a fucking way have to be the white men of the black community.
Do you hear that? This is the bullshit that they've been pushing for years. And he got that from somebody else. He's trying to push that like that's his idea. This is around the time when that article came out. Some other gay man said black men are the white men of the black community. Judah, call in, Judah. Please, nobody block this guy. I want him to call in. Please call in. Just talk to us. Just talk to us. I don't even think he's a Conscious TV fan. He just wants to be a troll. That's good. I like trolls. I love trolls. I want trolls here. Don't delete him. But listen to this. He said black people, black men are the white men of the black community. Wow. Wow. By the way, he did not make up that statement. He got that from somebody else.
That's why you have.
I've heard that before. I don't like that. I don't like that.
I know you don't.
I don't like that. That's some bull right there. Y'all hear that in the chat? They say cisgendered black men are the white people of the black community. Well, goddamn it, where's my
community?
Well, goddamn it, where's my yacht? Where's my motherfucking yard? Where's my motherfucking? Where's all my amenities? I don't got shit.
Yeah.
I'm the white man of the black community. Where's my privilege?
So let's talk about let's talk about the black. So let's talk about the niggas who got the yachts. Because ain't P. Diddy with some exotic biracial bitch? Ain't every other hip hop ass nigga?
Ain't Lee Daniels? Didn't Tyler Perry just buy a whole motherfucking zip code?
Sure. Relating to what? Whiteness, assimilating to what?
But again, you're saying you're missing the point. Patriarchy. Do you remember the movie Mulan?
Mm-hmm.
The movie Mulan was about patriarchy, about toxic masculinity in the Asian community. Had nothing to do with white people, had nothing to do with black people. The whole entire movie was about the patriarchy. She had to pretend like she was a boy just to become a warrior to defend her family's honor. So it's not a complete concept to say that this patriarchy is a white supremacy construct. I agree that white people have used that white men have. No, because patriarchy again.
But we're not talking as Asians about patriarchy. We talking.
I'm just saying. All I'm saying is that
about patriarchy.
All I'm saying is that patriarchy in itself is a concept that needs to be a separate conversation from any race. Because because the patriarchy, as you're explaining it, is prevalent in every single culture, regardless of the culture.
Okay, but do you realize that white patriarchy is a global phenomenon, that is not an American
supremacy. White supremacy
and
is
what
a global phenomenon.
Because white supremacy isn't led by white women, it's led by white men.
Wait.
You gotta remember
Hold on.
No. You gotta remember that white bitches just got they right to vote.
Okay.
Just a few decades back.
No, but again, you're missing the entire point that I'm trying to make, is that You're having a problem with patriarchy when actually
I don't have a problem with patriarchy. I don't have a problem.
Or we're trying to demonize patriarchy when actually
we're not demonizing patriarchy.
Well, we have an issue with the current state of patriarchy.
Yeah, because hold on, but for one reason, it's patriarchy. The current state of patriarchy is toxic, and the current state. Hold on, and the current state of patriarchy is also without the healthy inclusion of matriarchy.
Yes, it is.
So that throws off the entire.
Let me skip forward a little bit in the conversation just to move things forward. Mind you, we were talking this whole time, right? The whole time I'm thinking this dude really is willing to have real conversation. Let's move forward a little bit.
Where we see the patriarchy, quote unquote, as in its toxic form, we see it still prevalent in Asian culture. We see it still prevalent in Arab culture, where the women
in terms of the man being the head, in terms
as far as the women being at the mercy of the man. Meaning these women wanted to drive in Saudi Arabia, but they could not do it until a man said it. That was in Saudi Arabia. Mulan wanted to be in the army, but she could not be in the army until she dressed as a man. These were the concepts in cultures that have nothing to do with white people, but they were the culture of the man deciding. So my whole point in saying that is when you're calling white
right now in the 21st century, white patriarchy is the model, which is
again, this nigga never lets me talk, guys. This nigga never lets me talk, guys. I want to show you something real quick. I'm gonna move forward because I don't like even hearing this man's voice anymore. This nigga never let me talk. Every time I tried to talk, this nigga constantly jumped in and talked about this stupid ass patriarchy. Well, look at this, guys. Look at this. Judah, call in. Look at your boy Conscious TV, Judah. Is this what you're proud of? Is this what you're proud of? Some nigga making dumbass conversations. Listen to this.
To her, yes. Why not?
So how about to my son who saw the transition? I'm not supposed to say, hey, you know, well, it was a boy. Let me know. Let me know. You go with that. If you go to a debate, you better make damn sure you know what you're talking about.
All right, now listen to this, guys. This is the last part I'm gonna show you. I just want y'all to see. I want y'all to see how problematic this is, guys. This is one of the most powerful parts in the conversation. Who is Miss Coco? Killer, who is Miss Coco? All right. I want you to see one of the most powerful parts of this conversation. Look at this real quick.
So if members from the LGBT community are having little disagreements, and that's why Black people aren't taken seriously, because there's some people like Malcolm X, but then there's some people like Flavor Flav. So when the white people look at Black people, they just look at us like a monolith, and they use the worst example. They use Flavor Flav. So when it comes down to the LGBT community, I suggest that, like I said, there needs to be more accountability, more videos made. Yes, on your platform, let it be known. I don't agree with this. I don't. Okay, how about this? How do you feel? Okay, here's a doozy. How do you feel about Dwayne Wade allowing his son to be his daughter? How do you feel about that? Let me know. to go with that. If you go to a debate, you better make damn sure you know what you're talking about. So if members from the LGBT community are having little disagreements, and that's why Black people aren't taken seriously, because there's some people like Malcolm X, but then there's some people like Flavor Flav. So when the white people look at Black people, they just look at us like a monolith, and they use the worst example. They use Flavor Flav. So when it comes down to the LGBT community, I suggest that, like I said, there needs to be more accountability, more videos made. Yes, on your platform, let it be known. I don't agree with this. I don't. Okay, how about this? How do you feel? Okay, here's a doozy. How do you feel about Dwayne Wade allowing his son to be his daughter? How do you feel about that? Let me know. Let me know. Come on.
What do you mean? How do I? What do you mean? How do I feel? Like,
how do you feel? You have to feel a way. You have to think of something. You have a platform. You have to think of something. It was huge. It was all over. It was huge. You have to have a perspective.
Yeah.
What is your perspective about the 12-year-old boy who is now being told? Now we're being told you are somehow phobic for still calling him a boy.
But didn't we already go over that with old girl tearing up the goddamn GameStop and saying,
yes,
this got to come down to respect?
And we never got the answer. What was the answer? What am I supposed to do?
About what?
I'm supposed to call him a girl?
What? Directly to her, yes. Why not?
So how about to my son who saw the transition? I'm not supposed to say, hey, that's okay, look. I'm gonna just tell you how. No, wait. Hold on, real quick. I'm gonna tell you how I talk to my kids. This is real life how I talk to my kids. Hey, like if I'm talking to him, this is real life what I would say. Yeah, and he asked me, what's up with that? I'd be like, oh yeah, well, it was a boy. He's a boy, but he wants to be called a girl. He's dressing like a girl, and he wants to be called a girl. That's what I would say. Now, you may call that you may call that whatever you want to call it. That's how I talk to my kids. Is it hateful? Does it come from a place of hate? No, it comes from a place of this is what I understand it to be. My child asked me a question, and I'm answering it to the best of my ability. Son, from what I see, that's a boy, and now he's changing his name, and now he wants to be called a woman. But see, that would be called homophobic or something.
Let me tell you what. Look,
talk to me.
No.
Talk to me.
Let's take the trigger word homophobic off the top.
No, because that's the word that they throw around at me.
Well, you know why they throw that word at y'all? Because what we secretly telling y'all is we tired of y'all telling y'all churn shit that's gonna get their ass whipped.
How is it? How? Because how is that gonna get them beat up for saying it?
I'm about to
listen, guys. This is the most important part of the conversation. This is where Conscious TV explains to us in 2020 why our children are going to get their ass physically whipped for calling a man a man. This isn't 2020, guys. I put you on the game in 2020. A real man from this community, he's warning us that our children will be physically assaulted for recognizing a biological male or a biological female and addressing them as such. You remember the GameStop, it's ma'am. Yeah, that was the beginning of it. This man is admitting right here in the flesh. He even does it later on in the stream, and he says, we're going to splatter their blood on the wall. If I splatter your blood on the wall for misgendering me. The conversation is about Dwayne Wade's child and what I'm going to tell my son about Dwayne Wade's child. If my son sees the transition and has questions, I'm going to tell my son that is a little boy. And now for whatever reason, he wants to be called a little girl and they're calling him a little girl, son. But that's a little boy. This man, Conscious TV, says that trans people in the future, he's warning us, if we teach our children to recognize a biological male and call that as such, he, she, him, her, ma'am, sir, they are going to beat your children. This is in 2020, guys. This is in 2020. You don't believe me? I just wanted to show you guys why I had this 10-hour conversation.
And I'm answering it to the best of my ability. Son, from what I see, that's a boy. And now he's changing his name. And now he wants to be called a woman. But see, that would be called homophobic or something.
Let me tell you what. Look.
Talk to me.
No.
Talk to me.
Let's take the trigger word homophobic off the top.
No, because that's the word that they throw around at me.
Well, you know why they throw that word at y'all? Because what we secretly telling y'all is we tired of y'all telling y'all churn shit that's gonna get their ass whipped.
How is it? How?
Because
how?
You know
how is that gonna get them beat up for saying it?
I'm about to tell you because
how is that grounds for violence?
Hold on. So I'm gonna break this all the way down for you.
How is it grounds for violence?
I would hope that the conversation about, well, son, this is a little boy, and who now is being referred to as little. What would follow the conversation around transitioning would be if that little girl wants you to refer to her as little girl, that's what you do, son, because that's what respectable people. When you don't add the respect on the end, is that you give your son an indirect license to believe, mind you, who already has privilege if he's cisgendered and heterosexual, to believe that he gets to cherry pick respect based upon his politics, based upon his worldview. Now, once again, everybody can raise their kids how they want to. I'm just saying some of y'all raising y'all kids to endure more ass whippings than what's necessary by not putting that respect on the end of every conversation, because having my head dumped into trash cans and pushed downstairs and having me in the ER every goddamn semester is the fact that my parents slapped respect on the end of any motherfucker who was different, whether they practice God different from you, whether they dress different from you, whether they had the latest Jordans, whether they had the latest clothes. If your ass don't want to be in the ER every motherfucking 2 semesters, respect everybody. Now, some of y'all might not mind children testing their might against transgender people and queer people. Okay, now that's going to be a 50-50 outcome in terms of who gets the better half of anybody. But you need to slap that respect on the end so that you don't indirectly license your motherfucking son to believe that if a trans woman tells you she's a she, and he instead says no, because my mama and my daddy told me that you're a motherfucking boy, that you're a motherfucking man, and I ain't got to call you whatever. Okay, constitutionally, you're right, but I also don't have to let you get away with misgendering me either. Now that might not necessarily mean to. Let your ass get away with misgendering me. And I don't think any person should, like, what are we putting our kids in danger for by telling them you have privilege and you ain't gotta accept people and call people what you want to call people and use your freedom of speech, and not understanding that you're endangering your child either by getting hurt themselves or either in some way training them to hurt somebody else, and you're going to fuck up their life because they're going to be in prison when they could have been out here making something of themselves if they had to address that bullshit they was taught when they were 6, 7, and 5 years old. Learn to simply respect people, because there's a lot of motherfuckers in prison committing crimes against motherfuckers because of what they thought they had the right to do. Fine, use your rights, but there's consequences and repercussions to not conducting yourself as a respectful person. If somebody wants, and this is just once again that subtle, covert, homophobic shit, it should mean nothing to nobody. Female, to call someone Jennifer, to call someone Janet, to call someone Beyonce. It literally should not, nobody should be so fucking invested that it means something to you. Do you realize that you don't change? And who I'm connected to? I got people from all walks of fucking life. I don't give a fuck about that shit. Like, whatever you believe and feel, that's your motherfucking business. It don't mean that I really say it.
Look how much this man is talking, guys. Somebody put that in the chat. Look how this man is talking. Look how much this man is talking, guys. This is what I'm trying to tell you. I've been on the front lines on this journalist thing. This journalist thing is not easy, guys. You think I wanted to have this conversation? Actually, I thought this dude was going to be halfway truthful. All he did was talk. And he had the nerve to tell me that if I tell my son the honest truth about these people, these transgenders, they're going to risk being beat up. And listen to this nigga just talking.
Not to believe. I respect your right to believe or not to believe. I'm not so fucking invested in somebody else's living that I'm going to superimpose my right to disrespect you by challenging you every fucking turn of the corner, by telling you how you're wrong and you're going to hell because you don't believe in all this bullshit. And if at any point you let me know that what I'm saying is disrespectful, guess what I'm going to do? Because I was raised to respect people. I'm going to respect you because I was taught to disengage. I was taught to understand the lines between my
Now look at my face. Look at my face, guys. Look at my face. The whole time I was patient, letting this nigga talk for 10 hours. Still, his ungrateful ass chat want to tell me I'm the crazy one. I'm the one that's not letting Conscious TV talk. I'm the one that... Now look at my face. I fast forwarded this video as fast as it can go. This nigga's just going on and on for 3 minutes, 4 minutes. How am I supposed to respond to this? Can somebody tell me? Just look at my face the whole time. Completely patient, waiting for my time to talk.
Personal right, also respecting other people's mental and emotions. So if at any point a motherfucker say, hey, you need to fall the fuck back, guess what I'm going to try not to superimpose myself on people. It's fall the fuck back. That's why I say you can never go wrong with just teaching respect. Literally, you can't guide your children or your friends or nobody wrong by simply laying down the virtues of respect. Christ taught some of the most simplistic virtues in the word. Simple. You know why? Because all that other shit is how we get into these wars. When we want to start flipping it and interchanging it and cherry picking through it. Those of you who want to be vegan, be fucking vegan. Don't fucking berate people who want to eat meat. Those who love meat, eat your motherfucking meat. Don't berate those who are plant-based. Like, why the fuck does it just... What is the problem? What is this investment? And you know, the investment is what straight folk don't want to talk about, which is the homophobia. The homophobia is what engaged.
Okay, if that's the case, where does the homophobia, if that's the case, where does the homophobia stem from?
From the conditioning, wherever that conditioning comes from, your upbringing from the church, from the standards reinforcing the community because you have the church saying it's abnormal, and then you have the community reinforcing those narratives, which directly others and underclasses another group of people.
Can it not be looked at as a survival tactic from a community that's already under attack?
No, because you're never going to convince a nigga who genuinely likes nigga to put his dick in pussy. Never. Okay, hold on. So let's use, because once again, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If I sit on this live for the next 5 hours and convince you to put your dick in the ass of a man, is that gonna work?
No, man, no, sir.
Okay, if I sit here and preach down to the ground till I'm blue in the face, give you a history, tell you how okay it is, pull out the scriptures, pull out how African people before.
Still look at black people like they're pets, and they still have us in slavery. So
gay people walking out empty while still fighting.
There should be a space to converse about certain changes in society as it relates to genders. For instance, if there's a thing, like I said, the Billy Porter playing fairy godmother, there needs to be a space in society with free speech. There needs to be a space for people who disagree or who do not adhere to that lifestyle or adhere to that set of beliefs. There needs to be a space for them to exist and to voice their reality as well.
And that will only happen when privilege comes.
You see how this nigga's constantly jumping in my conversation, guys. God damn. I just want to show you guys, and again, I'm doing this to show the depth of my platform. the depth of the sincerity of what I'm trying to do, trying to have real conversation with these people. This man won't even let me have conversation with his little pussy ass, man. This is the reason why you're not going to find no people who disagree with me on my channel, because they can't really actually call in. Man, let me play this last little part and I'm done with that and I'm about to move forward. That's it. I just wanted to show you this, man. I want to show you how you can scroll through this whole video. This pussy nigga doesn't want to agree to nothing.
Here we go with the privilege word again, because that word is too big. That's like white supremacy. You can never kill.
Can't we agree that when white privilege is done away with, we don't really give a fuck?
All right, man. I'm done with this nigga. I'm done with this nigga. I'm done with the nigga. My bad, man. I'm sorry to show y'all that for so long. I just have to show y'all that the reason why I'm having these conversations is because I'm not just some random nigga on YouTube, okay? Hold on. We're on our final hour, guys. Thank you guys for joining me. But I just want to let you know I'm not some random nigga on YouTube, okay? Even though for some reason YouTube be playing with my numbers, I don't know. But that's the reason why. Because we're going back to the brick conversation. It's about black men. We have to stop looking for gratification from anything external. I'm speaking to myself as well. It brings to mind the scripture that says, seek ye first the kingdom, everything else will be added onto you. I keep on remembering that because I keep looking for all these external ways to gain gratification or gain acceptance, or to gain some type of there's a particular word I'm looking for. It's I'm basically trying to gain acceptance in other ways. But because I'm not allowed to walk like the king that I know that I am, for some reason I'm trying to seek other ways of acceptance, when I should just know who the fuck I am and operate as such. This is what I'm trying to get my black men to see. At this point, I do love the black women who come through and show me support, because believe it or not, they can be out twerking right now. Hell, maybe a lot of the women that be in my chat, they probably be twerking and shit too in the club, whatever the case. But I support the black women that come here and listen to all this and still have the nerve to see without the color purple glasses on. But if I'm gonna be very honest, I'm speaking really as from the perspective of a black American man. I love if black women hear me and listen, but I'm speaking from the perspective of a black American man, and therefore I have to speak for the black American man. Do you understand that? I have to speak for the black American man because I'm speaking from that perspective. And who else speaks for us? Steve Harvey? What you got to understand is everybody has a role in society. Everybody has a role. My role is to be in this rebel thing where I'm giving you the news that the news doesn't show. Steve Harvey's job is to be Steve Harvey. Some people get paid more, some people get recognized more, some people get, but at the end of the day, it comes back to, are you truly passionate about what you're doing? Some people, I don't even think Steve Harvey is really passionate about being a comedian. He's not funny. When was the last time? I mean, Steve Harvey really isn't funny, guys. He relies on his country personality and his shtick. You know, when he does the Family Feud thing, he's looking all crazy and stupid with them stupid faces on Family Feud. And then when he's doing his show, he relies on, you know, I'm Steve Harvey, and you know, I'm Steve Harvey. He's not fucking funny. Everybody has to have a job. I suggest if you're gonna have whatever job you have, try to find what God made you for to help his kingdom, and find a job that can coincide with that. Or at the very least, find a job that doesn't conflict with your natural God-given gift. Some people do a job has nothing to do with their natural God-given gift. Some people never do what God prepared them to do because they're too busy trying to make it in America, which is constantly failing. You know? But that's neither here nor there. Let me see if I have any last little receipts before I go. How about this one?
Sundown Towns is a place where they kill black people every time that the sun goes down. No blacks allowed, so when it hits 8 p.m., you better be nowhere around. Clayton, Georgia, a sundown town. Coleman, that is a sundown town. Miami Beach is a sundown town. As I'm reading this list, I'm stunned, I'm like, wow. Buffalo, New York, sundown town. Rochester, New York is a sundown town. Mount Scona, SC, a sundown town. The fuck is you lacking for? You need to frown. Tucson, Arizona, a sundown town. King, NC is a sundown town. Louisiana got some sundown towns. So if you is black, better stay from around. Clay, Kentucky, sundown town. Palm Beach, Florida, a sundown town. In Mississippi, a sundown town. If you out there at night, might get killed by some clowns. Canyon, Texas, sundown town. Lamar, Arkansas, a sundown town. Ducktown, Tennessee, sundown town. That is okay, cause I'm black and I'm proud. I'm screaming fuck all the sundown towns, because most of them can't survive the sun anyway. I'ma go in the sun downtown any day. In my 6'4" while I'm drinking a lemonade. If y'all know any sundown towns that I missed, go ahead and type it in comments. They said I can't come to a town, please stop it. I'm on the way and I'm bringing a rocket.
To that young brother, he spit that flow. I felt like I wanted to show you that because that's how I feel about that. How do y'all feel about the sundown towns? I heard about this sundown town thing, and I heard about it when I was in Texas, and I'm trying to figure out, what does it mean a sundown town? Can somebody explain to me, like, for real, for real? In 2023, they say there's actually still sundown towns. Does that mean that the police there are literally on some the hills have eyes shit, where it's literally like one of these Texas Chainsaw Massacre towns? I mean, you're telling me some people are literally scared of some white people in 2023? Man, I'm not saying I'm tough. I personally trying to put myself in the position where, oh my God, I can't go over here because it's sundown and these white people are going to get me. I can't imagine that. Is that actually happening in 2023, guys? Chocolate Melanin, I love you. Are you getting out of here? I'm about to get out of here too, Chocolate Melanin. Matter of fact, do I have any? I know I got some more receipts, but I'm trying to see, because again, I was supposed to be coming. Oh, let me read these last little notes before I get out of here. I wrote some notes down. Some random notes one day. They can make anybody famous. So let's understand this real quick. Listen to me, guys. Let me say this real quick. They can make anybody famous. That means that these niggas who are famous on YouTube and all, the people in charge, can make anybody famous. They can pick anybody out of a lineup at the welfare line, at the unemployment line, and tell them to bend over and they'll make you famous next week. I guarantee you. So look at some of these celebrities that have been coming out lately. First of all, did you see the VMAs? Did you see the fucking VMAs? This is from 2020, Doja Cat. But in 2022, this was the VMAs tonight. Some random no talent woman, they just picked her. She used to work at Walmart probably. Look at this. This woman is now allegedly sleeping with Puff Daddy. Allegedly. Allegedly, Puff Daddy's also sleeping with Saucy Santana. Shit, who knows? But my point is this. They got this bitch from a welfare line. They found her with a bonnet on in the line at Walmart, and they said, you know what? I can make you a star. I'll have you on the red carpet at MTV VMAs 2023. All you got to do is this, and that. So they can make anybody famous. So this is what I have to tell myself, and I want to tell you guys. Don't allow their narrative to be your reality. I'm gonna say it again. Don't allow their narrative to be your reality. They can make anybody famous. Also, I'm gonna remind you, Clark Kent. I'm gonna say it again. There's Superman and there's Clark Kent. Do you understand that? There's Superman, and then there's Clark Kent. So Superman is Superman. Clark Kent is the dude that Superman has to become. Basically, you could look at it like this. Superman is the real you, the real black man. But you're going to have that Clark Kent costume. Believe it or not, the Superman costume, that's not his costume. The Clark Kent, the uniform with the tie and the suit, that's his costume. Superman really supposed to be wearing this big ass shit like this. That's his natural garments. The costume is when he puts on the glasses and pretends he can't see. Why does Superman has laser vision, but he puts on glasses to seem like he can't even see? Sometimes we have to, like the Bible says, agree with our adversary. We have to seem like we're weak. We have to seem like we're weak. So the Clark Kent is the camouflage, guys. Let me, but here's the problem with that. As a black man, especially such as myself, when you camouflage yourself and you're acting like Clark Kent when you're really Superman, a lot of motherfuckers like to try to take your kindness for weakness. And this is something I'm going to talk about on another day. I had a conversation with my real father not long ago, and he told me I was saying something. I told somebody, I was on the phone. I was like, oh, sorry. He told me, my real father, I was talking to him the other day. He said, don't ever tell nobody you're sorry. You're not 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 a sorry person. You're nothing sorry about you. That's what he told me. And it kind of blew my mind right there. And I was like, well, no, he's like, no, just listen to me. There's nothing sorry about you. Don't ever tell nobody you're sorry. Say a different word, say something else. And then I was thinking about it. And this past week, I caught myself a million times. Listen to me, guys. I have to tell him this. I caught myself a million times this week. He just told me this like last week, right when I got out of jail. And I caught myself a million times this week at work telling people I'm sorry. And it's very subtle. Like, I work in a restaurant, so a lot of times you might bump into somebody and it's a lot of service, so you might tap somebody or whatever. So I'm like, oh, sorry about that. Sorry. I noticed after he told me that I said that randomly. I say that all the time. I tell people I'm sorry all the time. Sorry. It's just part of my vocabulary. What is that? That's me from a lifelong of having to pretend like I'm not a black man. A lifelong of having to adhere to everybody else and make everybody else feel comfortable. A lifelong of not wanting to, seem like the hostile black man. Oh, sorry about that. You guys might believe I'm very bold, which I am at times, but even as bold as I am, I've tamed myself in order to be digestible to America. Can you understand that? I've tamed myself to be digestible to America. So it's like, what does that do to the overall spirit of the black man? Eventually, does he forget how to be himself? Does he forget how to be himself eventually? When you have to constantly apologize and you have to constantly, not seem like the black man that you are. Let me see what else I wrote down. I saw this little white boy at work. This is another one of my notes. I was at work. I work in a restaurant. I saw this little infant. He had to be 4 months old. Saw this little 6-month-old baby, little white boy. He looked like the Gerber baby, little white baby, no hair, blue eyes, blonde hair. And I wondered to myself, oh, look at that little baby right there. Cute little white baby, big old bald head, blue eyes. I wondered to myself, Is this little baby gonna be a white supremacist when he grows up?
Man.
Have you ever seen a baby and a white baby and wondered if he was gonna grow up and be a white supremacist? Or even deeper than that, have you ever seen a white baby and said, is he already a white supremacist? De facto, are you in the chat? You ever seen a white baby and thought to yourself, is he white supremacist already? At what point do babies become white supremacists? Can somebody put that in the chat? What year does a baby become white supremacist? A white baby in America that has two white supremacist parents. Are they born white supremacists? Is white supremacy hereditary? This is another conversation in a serious debate. Also, make weed illegal again. I'm so tired of weed being, I think it's this Dayclone Tyrone weed you got out here. I don't like it. I want the old school weed again. Give me OG Kush. Where did OG Kush go? Haven't heard of it in years. I hear all these stupid ass fruity flavors. All of them are stupid. Make weed illegal again where it was dangerous to buy weed because that's when it was good. Let me ask you guys in the chat, for everybody listening, what are the pros of being black? I was telling you earlier today, black man in particular, that you are the God in the flesh, and so we have a different responsibility. It's true, as a black man in America, you have to work 10 times harder. You're not going to be recognized. All of this is part of being God in the flesh. Understand that. This is what I'm trying to, I'm trying to step into that like, oh my God. We're trying to live life like everybody else and be held to everybody else's standard. Black man, you're the God in the flesh. That's why everybody points the finger at you and holds you to unrealistic standards. Whether they know it or not, everybody recognizes you as the God in the flesh, black man. But here's a question for black men. What are the pros of being a black man? You know all the cons, you know the pros and the cons. You know all the bads. You get racially profiled, everybody, blah, blah, blah. What are some of the pros of being a black man, particularly in America? Can we think of any? Can we write a list of all the good, unique things that nobody else can claim that makes us powerful and good and strong and unique as black men? Is there anything? If you know anything, let me know. Solo Dola says, a white supremacist child, or put it this way, so Solo Dolo, are you saying that there is no such thing as a white supremacist infant? Are we then saying that there are no white supremacist infants? This would be a good conversation. That would mean there are no white supremacist toddlers, right? And then that would mean that a child doesn't become an official white supremacist inductee until 6 years old. Now that's kind of late in the game. Remember, they tell you about toddlers that in the first 5 years, that's when they gain most of their what they're going to know. So you're saying by 6, they're pretty much introduced into the game of white supremacy. I mean, that would make sense because like you said, after the first 5 formative years, by 6 years old, you're officially a white supremacist. Is that what we're saying? Solodora says, I don't think kids are born racist. I think it's a learned behavior. I'm still on that. Now, some of you guys saw on my first channel where I talked to the Hebrew Israelite brother, and the brother was first introducing the Hebrew Israelite information to me. And I didn't know what it was about, and I didn't know it was connected to the Bible, and I just knew Israel. I didn't know it, and he was telling me all this. It was on camera. And he told me I was arguing that no white people are born racist because I've seen little white babies. I don't think that they know what the fuck is going on. If I'm just being I'm not being a coon ass nigga or nothing. I'm just saying, I don't think these white babies know what's really going on. They barely know what's going on. I've seen white children. I don't see hate in their face. So it makes me believe that at some point they're learning how to either dissociate from us or plain out hate us. Because whether you're dissociating from us purposely or you plain out hate us, it's still going to be a negative effect for us once you start having to interact with us. Because let's just say you were born and your whole family lived in a nice part of town and you never had to see niggas, and they purposely dissociated from niggas and never introduced you to the concept of a nigga. Now you got a nice job and niggas on your job. You're going to have an unknowing, unconscious bias, subconscious bias towards these niggas. Let's just say you're a judge and you're not an actual racist, but you just never had interaction with niggas and you've only seen what's been on the television about niggas. You're going to have an unconscious bias. So I had a question when I saw the little 6-month-old white baby. I said, is this child going to grow up and be a fucking police officer, white supremacist? What else did I have? Oh, also, free speech is not free. I want to let that be known. Free speech is not free, right? I'm paying a cost for all this free speech that I'm giving you right now. I've paid a cost offline and even online. I do not have anywhere close to the subscribers that I'm supposed to have. How is it that people that don't even show their face online, and no shouts to any of the content creators that never show their face, but I know you know what I'm talking about. You got them content creators that just come in there like this right here. You got content creators that literally do a whole stream like this and just talking like this the whole time. You don't even know what they look like. How is it that they have 17,000, 20,000 subscribers? How? And a lot of them are bringing out good information, but I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing wrong. I got a fucking green screen. I should have 1,000 subscribers off the green screen. But I had to realize I'm in a unique position. I had to fall into my position. I'm more like, you know what? I'm actually a teacher, but I'm pretending to be a comedian / jester. Do you understand the importance of the joker / jester? The joker, the jester, they can speak some truth. They're so unconventional, people aren't going to take them serious. They're just an outcast. But the ones that'll listen, I said the truth. That's why when you're playing cards, the Joker card can do whatever they want. When you ever played cards, whatever kind of cards you have the Joker card, they can do whatever they want. They're more like the king, not the king, the queen, whatever. They can do whatever. The Joker do whatever they want. Because that's their reward for being the outcast. So even me, freedom of speech for me is not free. But think about it. Think about Nori. Remember we talked about Nori, Gilly the Kid, all these niggas on these podcasts with 1 million subscribers. Freedom of speech is not free. They don't get to speak the freedom of speech that I'm speaking. You don't think these niggas really want to talk about what the Alabama fight for real or whatever the case that we be talking about? You better believe a lot of these niggas, they know what the pulse of a black America is. They can't speak this thing. They have to have a real PG-13 conversation, but they got 1 million subscribers. So guess what, guys? Freedom of speech is not free. I don't know if you understand that. So 1 million subscribers, you can't say what you want to say. 500 or 1,000 subscribers, you can say whatever the fuck you want to say. Which one y'all gonna choose? And don't just say you're gonna choose. Don't just say you're gonna choose the 500,000 subscribers or the 1,000 subscribers. Be for real. Be honest with yourself. Are you going to choose 1 million subscribers and you can't say what you want to say? Or are you going to choose 1,000 subscribers and those thousands are riders and you can say what you want to say? Which one? You got to understand you're going to give up something regardless. Let me read some comments, guys. All right, I'm about to get out of here, guys. Let me read these comments before I get out of here. Thank you guys for joining me. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you were here with me tonight. It was just Talk Your Shit Tuesday. I could have showed you more receipts, but sometimes I want you to look back on these Talk Your Shit Tuesdays and realize the type of shit I've been saying. The 1,000. The fact that said he would rather 1,000 subscribers and he can really say what he wants. Jay, here's a good conversation. Hold on. Here's the real conversation is with white people in particular, the way that they behave and stuff, is it genetic or is it learned? Here's another question I had to ask myself one day. Are white people genuinely the same type of people as we are? Like, let's just be honest. They look very, very different from us. Is there are they, I don't know. All I'm doing is having real conversation, but I had to fall into what I was doing. 1,000 subscribers is what I'm trying to get. I'm about to reach 500. I got a few subscribers the other day, so I'm right at 500. I'm going to give a giveaway at 500 to one of my Patreon members. And that's what it is. Let me see if I have one more receipt before I get out of here. Let me see something. Hold on. Oh, yeah. I do got to play this before I go, guys. Nah, I guess I should. I guess I don't have to play that one. Because remember, black men, we're gonna need to come down to the bare minimum, guys. Understand this, black men. We're gonna have to stop asking for permission to do shit. This is what I'm trying to do at this point, because you gotta understand the women are gonna fall in line once we get our shit right together. And yes, we have a lot of niggas out here that are goofy ass niggas. Like, let's just be real on both sides. And let's just be real. When I say who's the goofy niggas, it's the simp ass niggas that are just completely worshiping the woman, and you got the Pookie Ray Ray niggas who don't give a fuck about the woman. Do you understand the difference? Do you understand that these are two of the extremes of the same coin? The Pookie Ray Ray that doesn't give a fuck about the woman, and the simp ass nigga who his whole existence is the woman. These are the two extreme demographics that we're going to have to. That's a very large demographics, guys. Both of those. It's a very few amount of niggas in the middle, guys. Are you hearing me? Simp ass niggas over here. Pookie Ray Ray over here. You're in the middle. You want to hold a bitch accountable, but you will also take her on a dinner date. You understand the difference? You'll hold a bitch accountable. You'll knock her head between the motherfucking washer dryer. Then you'll take her on a nice romantic dinner date. Do you understand the difference? We're going to have to learn how to do something, because trying to argue and debate with these motherfuckers, and obviously with this brick story, you know what the brick story proved, guys? If it didn't prove anything else, to the people who are listening, the brick story proved that it doesn't matter how much evidence you have on the thing. As a black man in America, if there's a threat against you, if there's a claim against you, it doesn't matter what you say, how much evidence is in the face, it doesn't matter. It's still your fault. And somebody's going to say, well, that's a bad way to look at it. That's exactly what this is proven. And the fact that we don't have women coming out in droves, we need to see 1 million. It needs to be a challenge. Apologize for Rhoda. Can somebody put that in the chat? That should be the challenge. You know how they have all these stupid ass challenges on social media, the ice bucket challenge and the this challenge, that challenge. The challenge should be black women apologize for Rhoda. Apologize for believing her. Apologize on behalf of black women for her doing it, because we have to apologize on behalf of black men for when they do stuff wrong. Apologize for believing it. Apologize for making a video with 100,000 views telling us that black men are doing this. We still haven't decided how many percentage of black men actually throw bricks. Do we even know how many percentage of men actually throw bricks, guys? Before I get out of here, I'm gonna read some comments. Killer, how come they won't make a video? Black woman put all the make a video together. Just say, I apologize for Rhoda. Just say that and play 30 black women right back to back saying that. I apologize. Black men, I apologize for Rhoda. Just do that. You took Chris Brown, you made Chris Brown the face of all black men. You made R. Kelly the face of all black men. We're supposed to be ashamed for black men when these people do this. Remember that? So now that we see this complete hypocrisy, now that we see that you actually don't care about fairness or receipts or evidence, now black men, I'm telling you, we need to move accordingly. And I need you to understand that the niggas who are still going to fall in line with all this other bullshit, they're about to be taken out. This isn't a joke. This isn't a threat. This isn't a nothing like that. All them niggas who are on the simp ass side and the Pookie Ray Ray side, they're about to be taken out because they can't see clearly. Period. This is why the Bible says that 7 women are going to grab onto one man, because all the simps are going to be gone. All the Pookie Ray Rays are going to be gone. And these women, as the Bible said, there's going to be a stink coming from these women. They're going to be stinky coming to us, asking us to allow them to bathe, allow them to put on garments and to call themselves under our name. This is what the Bible says in the last days. This isn't the Old Testament. So, black men, what we have to do now, and I'm reminding myself, is we have to train for that day. Not just for the day that the 7 women are going to come to us, because it's not about that. We're not waiting for 70, virgins in heaven. It's not about that. It's about being the man that's worthy of these things, truly worthy. Because we already know we're more powerful and we've been through more shit than everybody else. But now we have to walk into our godhood. Do you understand what I'm saying in the chat? Put a brain emoji in the chat if you got a little wrinkle on your brain tonight, extra little wrinkle, and now you're a little bit smarter tonight or a little bit more intrigued tonight to do your own research. It's time for us to walk into our godhood, man, because this brick story, it showed us that we're never going to come on the same accord. They were supposed to come and say, oh, damn, I'm sorry about this. She lied on y'all. Damn. Y'all was supposed to do that. Y'all didn't do that, black woman. And it's not enough to leave a comment, talk about she was wrong. No. I need you women to finally get on camera and be like, hey, look, I don't even do this. I need to see a woman a video from a black woman that says, look, I don't even do this. I don't even have a TikTok. I don't even get on social media. But as a black woman, I felt a need to say, I see the propaganda. I see the propaganda. I see how a lot of black women have been used to shit on black men. And on behalf of black women, I want to reach out to olive branch to black men and apologize for this woman doing this and all the black women who have done this before. You didn't do that for her. You didn't do that for Cardi B. Who was the other one that you didn't apologize for? You didn't apologize for laughing at Kevin Samuels. But you want us to feel sympathy for this woman that got hit. But you laugh at a man that died and made all type of stories because you didn't like what he said. So again, black man, we're not on her level. That's why the Most High God, read the Bible. Read the Bible. Verse 11, chapter 3, book of Genesis. And the Lord God called unto Adam. Can somebody put that in the chat? Oh, this is real. I'm about to get out of here. The book of Genesis, chapter 3, verse 11. Read, brother. By the way, Tariq Nasheed, I'm on your ass too. Tariq Nasheed was trying to talk shit about the Israelites. Tariq Nasheed, nigga, I love your channel, but don't make me come and lick your fucking hairline, Tariq. I know you got that shoe polish on your hairline, Tariq. Let's not go there, brother. We can go tit for tat. I know you got more money and you're funny, but the fact of the matter is, brother, you don't speak to the real revolutionaries. And Tariq Nasheed, let's just be, you know, people can say what they want about me, but Tariq, you're a little sassy. People have said what they say about me, but, you know, people from LA, we speak a little proper, but Tariq, you're a little bit more sassy than the usual. Tariq now, brother, don't curse yourself now, brother. Don't curse yourself now, Tariq. Tariq was on his broadcast talking about the Israelites. No, that ain't what it is. That ain't what it is. You know, we ain't Israelites, and no. And he was going on about the book of Deuteronomy and stuff. Don't curse yourself more than we're already cursed, Tariq, with your shoe polish hairline. I need you guys to notice his hairline changes every single day. Verse 11, chapter 3, book of Genesis. No, verse 9. And the Lord God called unto Adam and said, wait a minute, the Lord God called unto Adam. Why did the Lord God not call unto Eve in verse 9? The Lord God called unto Adam and said, unto him, where are you? Why did the Lord God call on to Adam after he ate the fruit? Adam and Eve ate the fruit, and Eve ate it first. Why didn't he call on to Eve right when she ate it, black man? The Lord God called unto Adam and said unto him, where are you, Adam? And he said, I heard your voice in a garden, and I was afraid because I was naked. I hid myself. That means he must have been, something happened to him. Imagine your child comes to you and they're trying to hide their private parts from you. Who told you you were naked, it says. Verse 11, he said, who told you that you were naked? Have you eaten from the tree wherewith I commanded you that you should not eat? Verse 12, and the man said, the woman whom you gave to me, she gave me the tree and I ate it. That was the problem, Adam. The problem is when the Most High God came to you and asked you what happened, you said the woman, she came to me and offered me the fruit and I ate it. She didn't shove that fruit in your mouth. Somebody put that in the chat. Eve did not contrary to popular belief, Eve did not shove a fruit in his mouth. That's nowhere in the scripture. Eve did not hide the apple in some apple pie, and he ate the pie thinking it was just a pie, but it was an apple pie from the apple tree. No, she didn't deceive him. She didn't force him to eat it. He willingly ate it. And the man said, the woman who you gave to be with me, she gave me the tree, and I did eat it. And the Lord God said unto the woman, what is this that you have done, wench? This is verse 13. And the woman said, the serpent beguiled me. You see, and I did eat. Do you see how they all passed down responsibility? Do you see what happened there in verse 9 through 13 of the chapter 3 in the book of Genesis? What happened was God came to the man who was the first in charge. The man passed the responsibility to the woman. Then God asked the woman, what did you do? She passed the responsibility to the serpent. Do you see that? He gave both of these people the ability to repent, even though he came to the man first because that's the one that's in charge. Both of them passed the responsibility to somebody else, and they didn't admit, yeah, I did it. Verse 14, and the Lord God said unto his serpent, because you have done this, you are cursed above all the cattle, above the beasts of the field. Upon your belly shall you go, and on the dust shall you eat to the days of your life. And I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your seed and her seed. It shall bruise your head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply your sorrow, thy conception. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and thou shalt desire to be to your husband, you wench, and your husband shall rule over you, you wench. Verse 17, and unto Adam, the man, the original God in the flesh, the black man, the controller of all this shit. Black man, you're supposed to be able to talk to a lion. Black man that's listening to me in 2023 right now, you're supposed to be able to walk up to a lion. Verse 17, and unto Adam, the black man, he said, because you have listened unto the voice of your woman. Can somebody talk to me in the chat?
That's suspicious. That's weird. And you want to know what else is funny?
In chapter 3, the book of Genesis, and unto Adam, he said, because you have listened unto the voice of your wife, you stupid nigga, and has eaten of the tree which I told you not to do, of which I commanded you, saying, you should not eat of the tree. I told you not to eat from the tree. Stupid. You listen to your wife. Stupid. Why would you listen to your helper? She's your helper. You tell her what to do. Stupid. Cursed is the ground for your sake. In sorrow you shall thou eat of it all the days of thy life. Thorns also and thistles shall it bring forth to thee, and thou shalt eat the herb of the field. And the sweat of thy face thou shalt also eat bread, till thou return unto the ground. That means we're supposed to be working hard until we die. Black man's supposed to be working hard until we die. Till you return unto the ground, for out of it you were taken. For dust you are, and until dust you shall return. Verse 20. And Adam called his wife's name Eve, because the bitch will believe anything.
That's suspicious. That's weird. And you want to know what else is funny?
It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. Adam called his wife's name Eve because the bitch believes anything, because she was the mother of all living. Unto Adam and also to his wife did the Lord God make coats of skin, clothe them, and then he sent them out from the garden. What I want you to understand from that is for the black man. We always blame Eve for this Adam and Eve story. It wasn't her fault. I'll say it again. God didn't come out until Adam made the mistake. And then he came to Adam. When he came to Adam and saw that Adam passed it over, he's like, you bitch ass nigga, let me see what this woman's gonna do. Of course, the woman passed it over too. That's the problem. We keep listening to our woman. And is it any wonder why the enemy has allowed our women to rule over us? Talk to me in the chat, because I'm literally about to leave right now. Is it any wonder now? Hold on. Let me see it. Where's that good old scripture? Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hold on. I'm gonna find this good old scripture for you real quick. Prison. Serpent, custody days. I have a whole lot of motherfucking I have a whole lot of what's the names? I'm trying to look for this one scripture where it says our women rule over us. Could somebody put that scripture in the chat? As for my people, children are their oppressors and women rule over them. Because I need you guys to remember, black man, this is damn near a curse for your child to rule over you and your women to rule over you. Hold on, let me find this. The serpent is the most subtle beast of the field. Damn, where's that scripture at? Oh, by the way, black man, the devil's gonna cast some of us in prison in these last days. I'm gonna read the script, the chat real quick, maybe. Anyway, thank you guys for joining me. Again, I love my black women, but I am disappointed. I'm disappointed. You know why I'm disappointed? I'm gonna say this real quick. You know why I'm disappointed? The reason why I'm disappointed in black women right now is because you're not appalled. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the next case is against the Beehive. Turns out that women aren't appalled about this brick story. The most they're saying is, oh, that's kind of fucked up. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, or should I say gentlemen, because the ladies, I'm looking at you real sideways. I have not seen any super offended ladies yet. Wow, I've seen women talk about it. But like I said, if you have a platform and you're not talking about it, you're suspect. So it's almost like you have to talk about it. But I haven't seen any women like literally fuming, literally veins popping out their neck like how men are going on. Because if a man would have came out and lied on a woman for 40,000 and made all men look bad because he was a lying ass nigga, because that's what y'all women do. You don't realize that the men look bad for not protecting you from this fake ass brick, but the women look worse when they find out it's a fake story and they don't say shit. I'm talking to the women that I love in the chat. I need to see something. I need to see more than a comment about, oh, this woman is wrong. No. You know how many men have died, have went to prison, have lost their children? Just because, not even lying women, just disgusting witches like this. Disgusting witches that don't even have to lie because the United States government is allowing them to tell the truth and still be disgusting witches. And still have custody of the kids. And you're not upset about that. I'm looking at everyone sideways now. Now I'm talking to black men. I said it's about to be the end of the world. Everybody knows it's about to be the end of the world. Black men, we better step into this thing before we don't get the crown of life. You're gonna be that. You're gonna be that one, black man. Believe that. Cool, 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 cool. Talk to me in the chat.
What?
Yeah, by the way, guys, I do want to let you guys know something. I appreciate you guys for joining me. And if there are any black women in the chat that are listening to me, take it with a grain of salt. Or maybe how about you actually get in on this fight? I think the problem with a lot of black women is they don't think that they have to actually fight. You see? And when I say fight, I don't mean with your fist. I mean show up physically. I mean make a video when it's necessary, right? Can you do that? Can you do that? Right now, black men need you to do that. We don't actually need shit. But if it behooves you, if you want a head or a covering or protection, as you say, because you better believe this, Brother Sly's been saying this for a long time. When the grid goes down, I can't even say that I'm going to survive when the grid goes down, the internet goes down. You know, if the internet goes down for 30 minutes, if the lights go off for 30 minutes, you're going to shit yourself. A lot of men included. So when that happens, it's going to be a lot more than bricks coming out. And I can't even say, even if you have a man, you both might get fucked up. But I guarantee you, it's going to be a man who saves you from the danger. And contrary to popular belief, even if there were no men on earth, you're still going to have a problem with other women, with animals, with the atmosphere. Are you chopping down trees, bitch, or what? Let's just be real. Are women chopping down trees or what? When you think about a lumberjack and this type of a steel mill, are women doing architecture and shit like that? Are women really doing that? So stop playing the game. Fall in line. And now that you've exposed yourself that you're going to look past a liar, you're going to donate to a liar, you're going to donate to a fucking scammer because she hates black men, and you're going to look over the motherfucking evidence. Shut your mouth now. Somebody put that in the chat. Shut your mouth now, ladies. Just like Rhoda told us, shut your mouth. Shut up right now. In the Somalian voice. You better thank that Somalian woman, black women. You allowed her to shit all over the place like it's January 6th. This woman with the brick shit all over the walls. You don't even know that it was true, and you jumped on us. And then when you saw it was false, you didn't even take the time to think, damn, that was fucked up. And how many other times did we believe lies about black men? Let me ask you guys in the chat. How many other times did black women blindly believe lies about black men that we had no way of defending ourselves? We had no platforms up until now. With my little 7 people in the chat, my little 10, 15 people in the chat, up until now, where Kevin Samuels had his 13,000 people watching him live, his 2 million people that he's still getting more subscribers, Kevin Samuels. Up until Kevin Samuels, we wasn't able to really pop our shit where motherfuckers was where we really didn't give a fuck about the consequence. See, right now, only a few people gonna see this little rant, but I'm spitting from the heart and I don't give a fuck about the consequence. That's what I need us to get on as black men. And we don't need to feel like we are God in the flesh. The only God is the Most High God. The only God is Christ the Anointed. And we are the lowercase God in the flesh, meant to live as a physical representation of what God wants us to be. I just knocked this light over a little bit. We are supposed to be the physical representation of what God wants us to be. Once we become that, once we stop looking at these bitches every time they walk past us with their ass and we start drooling and they're looking at us drooling. Once we get these women in line, once we get ourselves in line, once we get our children in line, we can be in line, and that's when the Most High God will step in for us. I truly believe that. I could be wrong though. I could be wrong. I'm gonna read some comments. Thank you guys for joining me. It's been Talking Shit Tuesday. I told you guys everything I was thinking about. I also put the stream in the chat. Nobody wanted to call in. I'm not mad, but it is what it is. Ladies, where are you at? I need you guys to notice this. Gentlemen, also, gentlemen, notice how silent the ladies are right now. Notice how vocal they were for Tory Lanez. Wait a minute, guys. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
If you don't read the newspaper, you're uninformed. If you do read it, you're misinformed.
If you don't read the newspaper, you're uninformed. If you do read it, you're misinformed.
What is the long-term effect of too much information? One of the effects is the need to be first, not even to be true anymore. So what a responsibility you all have to tell the truth, not just to be first, but to tell the truth. We live in a society now where it's just first. Who cares? Get it out there. We don't care who it hurts. We don't care who we destroy. We don't care if it's true. Just say it, sell it. Anything you practice, you'll get good at, including BS.
Black woman became a detective for the Tory Lanez case. Now, I purposely avoided all that conversation because it was a purposeful distraction. Do you remember how the black woman well, she got shot in the foot and the glass shattered at 2:45 in the morning, and then Tory Lanez made a phone call. They became detectives. They wanted all the receipts to put Tory Lanez because he was the one on trial. You don't just look past the fact that he lied and all this type of shit. But when it's this woman, now you want us to look past all the receipts, and y'all same women that were big on the Tory Lanez case are quiet now. Why is that? Can somebody tell me? I'm gonna read these comments and I'm gone. Thank you guys for joining me. Killer says, I feel another pandemic coming on. That's got to be the worst than the C virus. Well, that's what Bill Gates said. Bill Gates said there's supposed to be another pandemic. It's going to be worse. De facto says, I'll take a brick over hellfire and brimstone any day. There's actually scriptures like that talk about you would rather basically cast your eye, take your eye out than your whole body goes into hell. So anyway, I'm going to read these comments later. De facto, thank you. Mark Sanchez, thank you. Killer, thank you. All my people in the chat, Solo, thank you. My ladies have been very absent lately. Chocolate Melanin was in the chat, but even then, I do not feel I don't feel any type of passion from the ladies on this. It's just what I say. Anyway, I'm out of here. Till next time I see you, holla at your boy. Thank you. Stay cautious, stay on the run, vibrate higher.
Yes, sir. You know you want some more, girl. You know you want more, girl. So just looking at the ladies, all of them fly. Don't know which one I want, dog. Can't make up my mind, girl. Make it easy on me and take this drink and hit this weed. Two-step with me, let's slip to the dance floor. On and on and on and on we go. You want me to. You see, I really want to get a little funk with you. Bigger you bump with you. A nigga want to hump you. And then just come with you. And then I'll pop the top and lay you on the cot and get you nice and hot. Yeah, yeah, it's all to the real. You can do it like God. Come on, girl, let's chill. You know you want some more, girl. So come on. You know you want some more, girl. So come on. With the S-C-O-O-P-D-O-double-G-Y. Now don't ask why, just keep looking good in the hood. Damn girl, you're so fly, we can do what you want to. You say you drink Alizé or was it Malibu? It don't really matter though, you remind me of the time when I had a hoe. She kept telling me, doggy dog, I gotta go, so I let her get in the wind and co-mac the friend. 2 + 2, it equals 4. This is some shit that can last forevermore. I'm trying to put my bid in, no I'm just kidding. Come on, Mo, get in. And don't ask where we going. Pippin' and hoeing, drink pouring and weed blowing. You know it, come on.
You know you want some more, girl. So come on. You know you want some more, girl. So come on. Let's get
I fulfill, we can do it how you want, cause I'm oh so real. Telling you, nah, I won't squeal. You with the big boss dog, so seal the deal. For real, got the baby face, and dog got the whip appeal, so name the place. This love I bring to you. On the real, baby girl, won't you do me your favor and sing the snow?
You know you want some more, girl. So come on. You know some more, girl. So come on, let's get low. Let's get low. If I got it, I'ma give it to you. If I got it, I'ma give it to you. If I got it, I'ma give it to you.
Hey, hey, know you want some more, girl, so come on. Holla at your boy, I'ma holla at you next time. You know you